All right, 93, 93, 93. We back in there. Back in here. Peace, peace. What's going on? What's going on? Been sipping on these probiotics. As you see, no sugar. No sugar. All right, you back in here. We should be good. We should be good. All right. All right. Let's go ahead and knock this out. Let's go ahead and knock this out. But this will be the final live stream until further notice. This will be the last one. Because what I gotta do, I just gotta upgrade my phone, that's all. I just gotta switch phones. So, and I'm gonna get a good phone, right? I'm not gonna get no cheap ass shit. So I'm gonna get one of those, I guess, like, what is it? I guess the latest one is I believe the latest one is the iPhone 14. And that's like over $1,000. So I'm gonna get something good, right? So that way we'll be good. So, instead of us having to go through all that extra nonsense, all the glitching, I'm like, all right, you know what? I just got to get a big boy phone, all right? So it is what it is. I'll get that done. I don't know when that's going to happen, but we're here now. Verizon offers free phones. Again, we ain't talking about free phones. I need to get that big boy. It's over with for all that, right? Right? It's over with for all that bullshit, right? So I'm not going to put y'all through that no more. I'm tired of it. I know y'all tired of it. Fuck all that shit, right? Fuck it. Fuck it all. So I'm just gonna upgrade my shit to the latest and the greatest, and we ain't gonna have no problems after that. I can guarantee it. Right? So I just gotta put in the work to upgrade to the latest and the greatest. So again, till then, we're here now. So no more complaining about that. No more dealing with this and that. Again, the phone I have, I've been live streaming. I probably just burned the phone out, honestly. Y'all see how often I be live streaming. I be doing these 9 hours, 7 hours, whatever. So Vishahan, Samsung S23. See, I don't do the Google phones. See, that's the thing. I'm in the Apple universe. So it's like having a Google phone it offsets everything for me. It offsets everything. I mean, I have a MacBook Pro. I have an iPad. Everything is synchronized through the iCloud. So me having a Google phone is not, I can't access all of my data, all of my files. Everything is synchronized. So I got to stay within the Apple universe, right? So that's why I'm saying the iPhone, because I'm already in the Apple universe. So I'm not saying that the Google phones are bad. I'm sure they're great, but I'm already locked into the Apple universe. So I'm just going to stick with the Apple. So I'm going to just get the latest and the greatest, right? I believe they say you get i14 on the website. Again, I have to figure that out, right? But this will be the last time y'all have to deal with any glitches and any type of, all this extra shit. I think I just burnt my goddamn phone out, right? So I'm not even going to keep blaming YouTube. I think I just been, like, if I try to add up how many hours I live stream on this phone, it's probably hundreds of hours. So it's like, I'm like, you know what? I have done hundreds of hours of live streams on this phone. So what the fuck am I really complaining about? Right? So I'm like, let me stop complaining about YouTube and what YouTube allows. I'm like, I really have live stream. I probably done way more than I should have with the phone I have. So that's all it is. That's all it is. So I'm not gonna play the blame game. I'm like, yeah. If you add up how many hours I have live stream on this channel, it's ridiculous. Right? It's ridiculous. It's probably 100 hours live stream. And I've done it all on this phone. So I'm like, yeah, the phone just reached its peak. So I can do regular shit, but you see, the phone is fine as long as I'm doing regular stuff. The moment I try to go live, now everything glitches up, right? So I'm like, it's just the technology. Because if it was really anything else, then it would be glitching when I'm trying to do normal stuff, but it doesn't. If I'm just on YouTube doing regular stuff, if I'm doing just using regular apps, doing regular stuff, I don't have any issues, right? But because I have live streamed these hundreds of hours, it's just ridiculous, right? So just got to upgrade the phone. It is what it is, right? So it is what it is. A lot of my projects require reliable technology. That's the whole thing. I agree. So I just got to upgrade my technology. So I'm not complaining about that. So that's exactly what I'm going to do, right? So we don't have to go through all this madness. So I'm going to do what I had to do on my end, and then we'll go from there, right? But I'll still put out videos. It just won't be live, all right? So I have to figure that out. I'll probably do more ASMR videos or something, right? I'll give y'all some videos to hold y'all over, but in terms of the lives, it's just too much madness, right? Pluto and Aquarius. Yeah, it's definitely time to change the technology. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So it is what it is. All right, cool. I'm just gonna upgrade the technology, right? So, which is what I should be doing anyway, right? I mean, technology is not perfect. It can only do so much, right? It can only do so much. So it's all good though. 'Cause as you see, right? It's over with for this. It's over with for it. So it's just time to upgrade it. Just time to upgrade it. Anyway, again, y'all got plenty of fucking hours of live stream, so it ain't about nothing, right? I gave y'all plenty of information, plenty, way more than you even need, right? So y'all got plenty of information. Shouldn't really be an issue at all, right? But I can't give you an exact date. Again, we talking about $1,000, 1,500, however much the iPhone 14 costs, however fucking much that costs. But it give you that camera though, right? You got, I think it's like 48 megapixel camera. It's fucking ridiculous, right? The specs is ridiculous. So I'm like, let me give you all the latest and the greatest, right? So exactly, everything is getting overhauled. Diet, mentality, lifestyle. I agree. I agree. I completely agree. Because that's exactly what's been going on. To get to this point, right? That's exactly what's been going on. I had to change my diet. You know what I mean? We still fasting for Ramadan. Completely different lifestyle. Told you I had to put the drugs down, I had to put the weed down, put the blunts down, put the tobacco down. None of that shit is in my system. And I know none of that shit is in my system because I just took a drug test yesterday. I just took a drug test yesterday. That's probably why I've been tired today. I just took a drug test yesterday. And I passed that shit. I just passed a goddamn drug test. So that's how I know. I literally have no THC in my system. I have no drugs in my system. I just fucking passed a drug test. So it is what it is, right? So it is time for a change. Anyway, so before we even get in, I'm just running my mouth at this point. But that's what's been going on my end. On my end, this whole week has just been me going all the way across town. Going over here. I had to take a drug test 2 times. I had to take 2 fucking drug tests. Right? So they had me running all the way over town. I'm all the way on the west side. I had to go all the way to the east side. I had to get my town card. So I guess that started Monday. So literally every this whole week I've been running all over the place. I had to get a town card. Then I had to fill out all this paperwork, and I had to just fill out paperwork today, right? I just ordered my shoes, right? They like you got to order these special types of shoes to be in this environment. I had to order a special type of shoes and all that. Just been going through all these loops and all these hoops, right? It's pretty much over with, right? Pretty much over with. I can't even go back. I rewarded myself with cupcakes after 21 days, and my body rejected them. Yeah, it's over with for that. It's over with for that. As you see, it just says no sugar, no sugar. Yeah, it ain't no going back. It ain't no going back. See, that's the whole thing, right? This is more than just, this is more than just cleansing. This is more than detox. This is a complete lifestyle change, right? So I don't see myself going back no time soon because I didn't work too hard to get here, right? What's up, Dan Wizard? Have you ever had your clairaudience or telepathy perceive random astral noises that are just coming from the environment? Yeah, all the time. Yeah, that's just normal, right? At this point, it's just normal. It's just a matter of, it's not random though. You're not perceiving random astral noises. See, that's the thing. It's not random. The jinns are talking to you. You just can't perceive what they're saying yet. That's all. So it's not random astral noise. There's nothing random about the astral plane. Just like there's nothing random about noise, right? So it's not random. You just haven't decoded it yet. But it's not random. It's not ever random. You're not ever just randomly hearing anything. Even in nature, even if you're just walking in nature and you hear certain sounds, you're not just hearing none of that randomly, right? Because nothing in life is random. Nothing in life is random. There's nothing random that ever happens, right? So whatever you hear, you're supposed to be hearing. It's just a matter of how you choose to interpret it, right? I've been confused for a long time since I was a teenager because that's what the world does to us. The world wants you to be confused. The world wants you to think that you're, what do they call that word, schizophrenic, and all this mental stuff. That's what the world wants you to believe, right? So we all had to go through those chambers. We all had to go through those levels to realize that's actually not the case. We gotta take a little time. Take a little time, but that's why I say you got to dedicate yourself to this. It's not just gonna happen because you want it to happen, right? It's not gonna happen because you want it to happen. It happens because you put the work in. For example, I wouldn't have passed the fucking drug test if I didn't put the drugs down, right? So it ain't about, okay, I need to call on this spirit or I need to do this ritual. At some certain point, it's like, all right, well, I need to just put the goddamn blunt down and just let the THC just naturally just get out of my system, right? No magic required, right? The magic comes after the fact. Now that I'm on the location, now that I'm doing things, now that's when the magic activates. But if we're just talking about getting your foot through the door, it's like, all right, right, that the magic ain't gonna help with that, right? The magic is not gonna alter the drug test, but it will alter what happens after the fact. So that's what we at with it. But that's what's been going on with me the last week. I just been going all over the place. Going all over the place, getting myself prepared. Now I had to get myself physically prepared because now, again, they got me doing labor. This shit is ridiculous. The type of hours they want me to do is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I'm like, yo, this shit is ridiculous. Because at first I thought I was gonna do 4 days a week working 12-hour shifts. That's what it says. It says, okay, you're gonna be working 4 days a week, 12-hour shifts. When I get up there, it's like, okay, well, you're gonna have to actually do 5 days, and that's overtime. You're gonna have to do mandatory overtime. I'm like, mandatory overtime. I was like, wait, wait, what the? I was like, what the fuck? So I'm thinking I gotta work 48 hours a week. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, okay, I'm gonna be working 40 hours. Like, no, no, no. Actually, some weeks is gonna be 60. I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So y'all telling me that I gotta work 60 hours a week? Like that's what y'all telling me? Y'all telling me I gotta work 60 hours a week? They're like, yeah. I'm like, oh, okay, so Oh man, that's what I'm like. I just gotta prepare myself physically now. So I prepared myself mentally. I prepared myself mentally. Now I have to prepare myself physically. I'm like, this is getting absolutely ridiculous. This is getting ridiculous. I'm like, all right, so they tell me one thing and then they tell me something else. I'm like, they didn't bother to tell you that on the application. You just filling out the application. You thinking shit is sweet. Then they talk about like, oh no, you're actually, it's not 4 days. It's actually 5 days, and then it's mandatory. So like you don't even have an option. It's like, all right, so you telling me it's just 60 hours a week, huh? I'm like, oh man. I'm like, okay. So here I am thinking I'm just about to do some regular shit, right? But I should have known better. I should have known better. I should have known better. Here I am thinking it's gonna be some regular shit. Like, okay, let me just do this. Nah, nah. They're like, nope, 60 hours. Like, yeah, you good with that? Yeah, yeah, yep. You good with that? Yep, yep. I'm good with that. Yep. I'm like, yep. It is what it is, though. It is what it is. It is what it is. What's up, 2020? Rise above. I have a bad THC and sugar habit. I know it's time to end this. Listening to you speak, confirm this. Yeah, I was right with you. You know what I mean? I was right there. I was right there. What, just fucking last month? Just last month, I was right there, smoking weed every goddamn day. Just last month, I was right there. And I'm like, you know what? THC is cool. The sugar is cool. The meat is cool. But I'm like, it's just time to take the magic to the next level. That's you see, my intentions are not necessarily pure. I'm not gonna lie to you. My intentions is not pure. I'm like, I see what I can do by myself, right? I see how I can influence things on my own. Now I need to take it to the world stage. So my intentions are not necessarily pure. My intentions are not pure. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. I'm like, all right, let me see what I can do on the world stage. I know what I can do individually. I know what I can do on my own. Let me see what I can do on the world stage. Then that's when they hit me with, okay, you got to work 60 hours, right? I'm like, oh, I'm like, yeah. So this is the challenge. See, this is the challenge. This is the challenge, right? So that's what it is. So I had to go through all these mental blockages. This past month and a half, right? So these past 45 days, I had to just break down all these mental blockages that I didn't put in my own mind, right? That I didn't even know was there, because again, the fucking blunt had just have you in fucking space, right? So now that I've been fucking sober for who knows how long, I'm like, it's not that I've been sober. I'm like, damn, I've been doing this shit to myself. I've been doing this shit to myself. I've been doing it to myself. I'm like, I got now the blockages don't have nothing to do with nothing but me. Like, damn, I didn't create blockages. I didn't even know I created. Now I gotta shut them down. I gotta break all this extra bullshit. And now here I am, right? So now I'm in a place where, again, I'm just in the purest state of it, right? But it took some time though. Again, it took 45 days, so it wasn't nothing overnight, right? So just be patient with yourself. So if you feel it's time for a change, then go ahead and do it. But yeah, that's why I'm here. That's exactly why I'm here, right? Let y'all know if you're ready for change, then go ahead and get it done. Go ahead and get it done. You know, take your magic to the world stage. Take your magic to the world stage, right? What's up, Todd? Just tap back in. Why is the last live stream? Cause I gotta upgrade my technology. That's why. I have to upgrade my technology. So with all the glitching, everything that y'all been seeing me going through with the glitching and all this extra shit with YouTube, I'm like, I just gotta upgrade my technology. I just gotta get the latest and the greatest, because it is what it is, right? So I just gotta upgrade my technology. So and phones nowadays is running $1,000. It's $1,000. You want a decent phone, you gotta put $1,000 down. So I gotta stack up, upgrade the technology. So however fucking long that takes is however fucking long it takes. It is what it is. It'll be worth the wait. So however long that takes, it'll be worth the wait. So when I come back, I'm gonna have the latest and the greatest, and we're not gonna have no problems, right? So I'm doing that to solve these problems, so we don't have to go through all this glitching, all this extra nonsense. I'm like, all that shuts down with the latest and the greatest technology. So that's what it is. Right, so I'm just gonna make that ultimate sacrifice. Right, no sugar or meat since March. Been following the vegan Sun food diet. I feel amazing. Yeah, that's what we supposed to be. You know what I mean? The food be fucking us up. You know what I mean? The fucking drugs be fucking us up. We be fucking ourselves up. And honestly, I just had enough of this shit, right? I'm like, none of this shit is doing nothing for me at this point, right? I didn't smoke way too much weed. I didn't smoke way too much. That's just how I felt. I'm like, how much fucking weed can I smoke? Fucking smoking every goddamn day. I'm like, all right, how much fucking weed can I smoke? At this point, it's just fucking habit, right? I'm like, I'm just doing this shit cause it's a habit, it ain't that I need to even do any of this shit, right? I've just convinced myself that I need this shit, right? And not that I actually do. Because now that I've been sober, I'm like, I don't even think about it no more. I can smell that shit all day. I don't have no craving for it no more. But again, I had to go through Ramadan, right? I had to fast for sometimes 24 hours continuously, no food, no water, right? That's how I passed the drug test. I ain't gonna lie. It's supposed to take more than 30 days to get out your system. You were on stoner mode. Nah, I don't even know what a stoner is. I don't even know what a stoner is, right? I was doing it for spiritual reasons. I don't like the reason why a stoner smokes. I don't even know why a stoner smoke, right? I don't even know what that means, right? I just know what I was doing it for spiritual reasons. But then I'm like, all right, how many more spirits do I need to work with? That's where I got with it. I'm like, all right, I didn't work with around the world. It is what it is, right? I'm like, what? How many more spirits do I need to work with? So that's where I was at with it. I'm like, I feel like I didn't work with every spirit. What spirit haven't I worked with? I done got all the downloads. I done got all the wisdom. Like the shit is getting boring now. Like it doesn't do anything for me anymore. Right? I'm just ready. I'm ready for harder drugs. That's what I'm ready for harder shit. Right? Like the weed is regular shit at this point. Right? The weed can't do nothing for me. I need harder drugs. However, that ain't no shit that you just about to find down the street. The crazy thing was the day that I took the drug test, which was yesterday, somebody literally ran up on me trying to sell me weed, which is unusual. Not around where I live. I'm like, motherfuckers ain't just running up on you selling. Somebody literally tried to, like, ran up on me and tried to sell me weed the day that I actually take the drug test. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, I don't see you niggas. Never. I don't never see no fucking drug dealers around here. Ever. Ever. I don't ever see him. Now all of a sudden, a motherfucker just run up on me. I'm like, yo, I've never seen you. Too bad I got a fucking drug test to pass, right? I'm like, that motherfuckers is showing up at the wrong time. I'm like, how are y'all showing up at the wrong time? Like, I can't even fuck with you, right? But if you would have asked 45 days ago, I would have got that no problem. But I'm like, yeah, I'm just bored. At this point, life is just boring. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm bored at this point. Yeah, it's like yeah, now y'all want to sell. Like when I don't give a fuck about it. When I don't give a fuck about it. Now y'all man, like y'all that's what I feel fucking drugs do to you. Like you are all the way out of touch. Like y'all way behind time. I had to catch up, right? I'm just now getting back on time. But I'm like, damn, I was right there too. Like, motherfucker, this 45 days in the past. That's how I was feeling like, damn, this was supposed to happen 45 days ago. But they're 45 days in the past. I'm just now catching up to life. They're clearly not caught up because you were supposed to catch me 45 days ago. right? What's up, Asha? What's your favorite candy? I don't eat candy. I don't eat because I don't eat sugar. That's why I've been showing y'all this, right? I've been sipping on probiotics. You see this? It says no sugar added. I don't eat no sugar whatsoever. Any drink I get, no sugar, no sugar. Right? So I don't eat candy. Again, all right, y'all want to know my diet? No starch, no sugar, no soy. What else? No grain, no meat other than fish. Right? The only meat I'm eating at this point is fish. Right? That's it. Everything else is off limits. So my diet at this point is just fruits, veggies, and not all veggies. Like I don't eat peas, right? So it's only like broccoli and cauliflower and carrots and all that shit, right? So my diet is cleaner than it's ever been, right? I don't eat none of that stuff, right? So all I'm eating is fruits, veggies, and fish if I eat meat. It's as far as it goes. It's as far as it goes. Everything else I didn't cut off, right? So my diet is cleaner than it's ever been. It's cleaner than it's ever been. My mind is clearer than it's ever been. Again, it's to the point where I'm completely sober. I'm like, I see why I did drugs in the first place. I'm like, this shit is boring. I feel bored with life. I'm not gonna lie. This shit is boring now. This shit is like I see why I picked up the blunt. At least that gave me a little excitement. I'm bored as fuck right now. I'm bored as fuck. Like nothing means shit anymore. Nothing means nothing. All right, I'm like I see why people don't want to be sober, but I see why sober people they just talk about the same shit and they complain about the same shit. I'm like, again, without the occult, it wouldn't even be no point in me being here at this point, right? The occult is the only thing that keeps me grounded. I'm like, if I was sober without the occult, I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, that's nothing, right? Same, but for me, it's video games. I can't even game. I can't even game. It's like, I literally could if I wanted to. Like, I got the computer right out there, right? I got the, like, I tried to play Hogwarts. I tried to play Hitman 3. What else I've been trying to play? I tried to play Dragon Quest. I tried to play Cult of the Lamb. I tried to play, what is it, Skyrim, The Elder Scrolls Online. I was like, oh, I just deleted all of that shit. And even more than that, though, that's just the ones I remember off the top of the head. Far Cry 6. What else? What else I was fucking with? I don't even, it's like none of that shit matters at this point. Music. I can't say nothing bad about the music. I can't say nothing bad about the music. So I'm not gonna say nothing bad about the music. What's up, Taurus? Word magic, yeah. Magic is it, the only thing. Have you done a past video about the Egyptian Book of the Dead? Yeah, we talked about that last live stream. We literally talked about that last live stream. Literally the last live stream, not the ones that I just did today. The last full live stream, which was like 4 hours and 19 minutes. So the last official live stream, we just talked about all that. We was talking about necromancy, the Necronomicon, Book of the Dead. We literally were just talking about all that. Yep. But yeah, at this point, the occult, that's the only thing that matters to me at this point. That's the only thing that matters to me. Again, as you see, right? It's the only thing that matters to me at this point. That's it. That's it. Everything else is like, all right, let's. But again, it's not natural though. I'm not saying that because it's natural. We was always on drugs. Our ancestors was high. I understand that. So our ancestors were not fucking sober. I understand that. However, they just make this shit a little too hard to get, right? I can't just go down the street and get some fucking mushrooms. I can't just go down the street and get acid. I can't just go down the street and get DMT. It don't work like that, right? So the type of shit that I would actually want to do, I don't have access to it. So it just is what it is at this point. So that's why I'm like, whatever. I just stay sober. I just stay sober. I just stay sober. Been feeling the same way. Travel out the country and still had a bored feeling. Yeah, cause ain't nobody on shit. Ain't nobody on shit. That's why I be looking at these people that be trying to do. They doing too much. They be trying to overhype this shit. Like, oh, I'm over here. I'm over here. People be overhyping it, man. That shit ain't about nothing. It's not about nothing. Nowhere. There's nowhere you can go on the face of this earth that's gonna give you some type of real excitement. It's just not. Motherfuckers be overhyping that shit. Right? Been trying to stop eating bad foods, but it's all around. What would you recommend I do for discipline? Just fruits and veggies. Fruits, veggies. You know what I mean? I get it. Because I know what you mean. I know what you mean, though. Like, again, I can't even shop at Whole Foods. And that's supposed to be healthy. Trader Joe's, Whole Foods, Sprouts, all that shit. So I be trying to go to the healthy markets, and I can barely get anything there. So I completely understand. Like, I only have access to like 1% of the product. You know, I gotta go straight to the fruits, and I gotta go straight to the veggies. Right? So I completely understand. So, but you don't see this shit until you become health conscious. See, when I wasn't health conscious, I didn't realize. I'm like, damn, like all this shit is really to distract me. I didn't realize that until I became health conscious. I'm like, damn, you really only have access to 1% of the product in here. Even if it's supposed to be healthy, because most healthy shit got soy in it. Right? Most of this stuff has soy. And then they try to promote that. Okay, that's the alternative. No, the fuck it's not. No, the fuck it's not. It's not. It's not. All right? So the only thing that's gonna help you conquer is will. The only thing that's gonna take you through this shit is sheer willpower. It's only by sheer willpower that you were able to conquer your habits and your vices. It's only through sheer willpower. It's only through sheer willpower. The food smell is tempting. Only until it's not. Only until it's not. Again, I feel you because I was there. I was just there 45 days ago, so I completely understand what you're saying. It's only through sheer willpower. That's the only thing. The only thing that's going to get you through is sheer willpower. You just got to make your mind up. Like, all right, fuck it. You just got to say fuck it. It's just like it's not worth it. Meaning, I just didn't like the after results of it. I didn't like snot coming all out my nose randomly. I'm just walking down the street and I fucking snot comes out my nose, or like I'm coughing randomly, like or my sweat is sticky and shit. I be noticing. I notice every little thing. I be sweating and shit, and when I'm not eating, like the sweat be all sticky and it's smelly. Like I don't like none of that shit. Again, I guess I'm feminine like that. I don't like that shit. I don't like being sweaty and sticky and smelly. I like that shit is disgusting to me. I hate feeling disgusting. And when I eat bad, even when I do drugs, like that shit just makes me feel nasty. I don't like that shit. So that's what keeps me going. I'm like, do I really wanna fucking be sticky and shit? No, I don't like being sticky. I don't like being sweaty. I don't like none of that shit, right? That shit is like, I don't even like thinking about that shit. Oh my goodness. Like I feel like a fucking animal. That shit, I'm like, nope. You are what you eat, right? Like I'm like, nah. I'm like, damn, I do feel like a fucking animal when I be eating these animals. That's how the fuck I feel. I'm like, damn, this how it feels to be an animal when you fucking dirty and shit. I'm like, nah, nope. Like I'm cool. I'm like, nah. I can't do it. Can't do it, man. So it's the after effects. The after effects. Being pregnant had me on a different type of sober. Yeah, I'm not gonna say I understand. No, I don't understand. But I can resonate because this sober life sucks. Sober life sucks. Sober life sucks. If it was not for the occult, I don't know how people do this shit. I don't know how people do this shit. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it. My son got some fast food the other day. The smell almost got me, but I stayed. I'm like, oh man. I be smelling that fast food. That shit does not smell good to me at all. That shit does not. I get it though, but they did it on purpose. Like artificial foods is supposed to taste better than natural foods, right? It's supposed like artificial foods are supposed to, entice your taste buds more than natural foods. We get addicted to the artificial, so they do that shit on purpose. But that's how they keep us in vice. As long as they can keep us in vice, then they win. I don't think people fucking realize this shit. I don't think people realize. Of course they don't fucking realize. They wouldn't do this shit. The system will be destroyed if we just stop fucking with it. There would be no system. We can complain all we want about how the system is designed against us and all that. Well, if we don't participate in it, then it doesn't affect you. I mean, if motherfuckers stop committing crime, you don't go to jail. If you don't go to jail, then who the fuck is gonna, how much free labor that, without jail, this country could not even function. This country could not function if we stop going to jail. If the prison industry fail, this country is over with. So they are dependent on you making mistakes. Every time you make a mistake, somebody benefits. You're keeping that judge employed. You're keeping the police officer employed. You're keeping these correctional officers, these POs, all these people, we are keeping them employed because we continue to not acknowledge who we are. That's just that simple, right? So of course they're going to keep feeding you your vice. Why? Because that make you other than yourself. And when you're other than yourself, we put ourselves in predicaments that's very hard to get out of. Like breaking habits, breaking vices. These things are not easy to overcome. It's not easy to overcome a vice. It's not easy to overcome a habit. It's not easy to stay your ass out of jail when it's so easy to make money out here. So, but that's how they entice you because it's easy, it's quick, it's about the shortcuts. We keep trying to take shortcuts and then we keep getting caught up in these traps. Then that's how the system keeps going, right? Then I'm just looking at this shit like, again, it's like we be hearing about how we're so mistreated by police and shit. But it's like every time I encounter the fucking police, they don't mistreat me. So I'm like, even that's bullshit. I be going in these fucking government buildings and these institutions because I've been doing this shit literally all fucking week. I've been amongst people that I fucking hated. Right? I've been amongst people that I've held, man, fuck the government. I've been on fuck the government. I've been on fuck the system for years. This is my first time having a fucking job in almost 10 years. My last job was in 2014. So it's been almost 10 years before I've been in the fucking system. So that's just how much I was fucked the system. I spent the last decade on that time. Now I'm around these motherfuckers and I'm like, my whole view of this shit is different. If you would have asked me 10 years ago, like, oh, all this shit, like, fuck all this shit, I don't want nothing to do with it. Now it's like, this is just a bunch of sober fucks. I'm like, these, like, why was I even thinking like that? This shit makes no sense to me. It don't even make no sense to me. I'm like, I did it to myself. I was doing it to myself. It's my own. It was my own mind. It was my own mental. Because now that I'm looking at this shit, I'm like, these people are just bored. These people are just bored and sober like I am. I'm like, so fucking what? I'm like, what they can't stop me from doing any goddamn thing, right? They're just bored and sober like I am. We got Bojangles in the South. I have no idea what that is. Bojangles. See, that's Southern slang. That's Southern slang. I have no idea what that. I've heard the word, but if you ask me what that is, I don't even know what that is. I I can't even. I have no idea what that is. I have no idea what that is. What's up, Baphomet? France? What's up? What's up? What's up with you? I haven't been pulled over yet. Never had a negative encounter with law enforcement because you shouldn't have a negative encounter. You shouldn't even come into contact with law enforcement. If you're doing what you're supposed to do, you shouldn't even come into contact with law enforcement. All right? It's a chicken show. Okay. Yeah, see, yeah, if you would have asked me, I would have thought you were talking about some fucking voodoo spell or some shit. But you like, it's a food place. Well, is that got to be based on something older than that. I know they didn't just make that shit up. No, that sound like some fucking witchcraft. Well, no, we're talking about a food shack. I'm like, oh, so y'all just invented that word, huh? I'm not saying y'all, but nah, that don't seem like some shit that just came out of nowhere. That seemed like there's no. I could have swore. Fuck. No, that can't be just no fucking chicken shit. No, no, nope. My mind is not allowing me to process that. I'm like, nope. Like, oh no, that's just food. Like, nope, my mind is not. I'm like, wait a minute, nope. My spirit don't resonate with that. My spirit is not letting me like, okay, that's just a chicken shop. There's no meaning behind that. That's just a food place. My spirit. I can like it's hitting it's hitting. I'm like, okay. They had to get that from an older source. That had to come from an older source. I'm like, nah, nah. There's no way somebody just invented that. Let's just call this place Bojangles. No, nope. That gotta be something. It gotta be something older than that. Nope. What we say in Caribbean, it's mount up. It's something to that. It's something to that. My spirit won't allow me to go. What my spirit won't allow me to accept it. Mr. Bojangles. I guess that's what they're saying. I guess that's the name of the place. No, but my spirit will not allow me to accept that. That's just something to do with food. No, my spirit is not. And I don't have no evidence. I don't have no evidence. My spirit is not allowing me to process that. What's up, Kmo? 93. Hold on. No, hold on. No, 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 no. Wait a minute. No. Yeah, it says it's a restaurant that was founded in 1977. I get it. In North Carolina. I, I get it. What? Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. So I guess it's based off of this guy. It's based off of this guy. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. His nickname, this man's name is Bill Robinson. His name is Bill Robinson. Nicknamed Bojangles. And he was born in 1878 and he died in 1949. So that was before the restaurant was even in existence. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it, see? I knew it. Alright. That's it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I'm like, no, there's no way that that's just a restaurant. Like, no, there's no fucking way. I knew it. I knew it. See, I didn't know it logically though. Like, my spirit, like, no, like, what night? Nah. I knew it. I knew it. So okay, I just confirmed it. Okay, now I can move on. Now I can move on. Let's just move on from that. I'm like, yep. I knew something was not right about that. I'm like, nah. I'm like, damn, they really trying to play us like that. Well, yeah, that's just chicken. Nope, no, it's not. That's a whole spirit. That's the whole fucking spirit. That man was born in the 1800s, in the 19th century. Oh, nope. All right. Only encounter with law enforcement I had was during my manic episode. I got tased. Once at the beach when I had a beer. Like, all right, but wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, man. How do you get tased on the beach? Wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, man. Hold on. Hold on. Let me put this phone on the charger. Give me a second. Let me put this phone on the charger. Give me 1 second. All right. See, what I wanted to do is, like, my initial idea for the live stream before all this nonsense began to happen again with the glitching and all that stuff. I was gonna do like I didn't have the complete idea, but I wanted to do like how to survive the streets. You know, for all my people that's going through the underworld, I wanted to do a video just for them. For like the people that actually need it, not for the people that don't need it, right? I wanted to give, but I'm gonna have to do that after the fact. I'm gonna have to do that once I upgrade my technology, right? I have to do that once I upgrade the technology. But I'll be doing that in the future. I will be doing that in the future. Like how to survive the streets, like choosing whether you come under the goddess or you come up under the god and all that extra stuff, right? But I'll be doing that, you know, once I upgrade the technology. 93 or more. Did you ever visit the Theosophical or Theosophy Hall in Los Angeles? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, and that wasn't even something I even considered doing whatsoever. Just simply because it's like, for example, the same reason why I wouldn't visit a what is it, like a OTO lounge or a Masonic lounge, because they're all over Los Angeles. You know, for those who know, you got all that in Los Angeles, right? You got everything, like whatever the Church of Scientology, you got all that stuff in Los Angeles. I just went to the sacred sites and did rituals. That's what I did. When I go to places, I go to the sacred sites and I do rituals, right? I don't really care about the organizations like that because I'm like, what they gonna give me some secret knowledge? No. I'm like, what? I wouldn't see a point of even going there. What they gonna reveal some game to me? No. I got to get the game myself, right? Just like you got to get the game yourself. Like, there ain't nobody gonna tell you no secret knowledge. So I'm like, it wouldn't be no benefit. But if you go to the sacred spots and do rituals and summon the spirits, maybe you can get some game. If you putting in that work for real, maybe you can get some game. But in terms of just talking to people because they're a part of that, like they ain't about to reveal nothing to you. You will get more just by reading the literature. Like you will get more from reading the secret doctrine and the ISIS papers. That's going to reveal more to you than anything that they even tell you because they probably don't even read that shit. That's what I realized about these lodges and these so-called secret societies. They don't even be reading the damn literature. You probably know more than them if you actually read the literature. But for whatever reason, we don't want to read the literature. All right, we don't want to read the literature. Meaning all the people that got smoke, Crowley, don't read the literature. Because all you got to do is ask them, well, what problem do you have with the actual literature? Right? They couldn't tell you. I've never encountered anybody who has a problem with Crowley and they have been able to quote some literature. This is what I have a problem with. I have a problem with this book, this verse, this word. It's never that. It's all opinion. It's all based off of he say or hearsay, not he say, she say, or hearsay. Ain't nobody reading the damn literature though. The reason why nobody's reading literature because you have to actually know something, right? Nobody likes to read. It's not that they don't like to read. You just have to know. You have to really be serious about this path to even understand what they're talking about, right? They usually don't like them because of his personal life. Well, you can't understand his personal life if you don't understand the literature. That's the whole thing. Meaning, it's just that's no point even communicating about any of that to anybody. All right, because they're not gonna read the literature, and there's really no point of reading the literature if you're not dedicated to this path. So, because why would you read the literature? Meaning, if you don't know this in your heart, then it's not gonna make sense. You're not gonna read Crowley, and you don't know Kabbalah, and you don't know tarot, and you don't know astrology. It's not gonna make no sense to you because the literature is you got to know the Hebrew. If you don't know these things, then it's gonna go over your head. But that's what it's supposed to do. That's how the secrets remain secret. Because you gotta earn it. That's why most of the literature is coded. Because you have to qualify yourself to even be able to extract the wisdom from it. That's what it was designed to be like. So I get it. So of course, if somebody just pick up some literature and they try to read that shit, like I don't even understand what it's talking about. Well, yeah, you're not going to understand if you're not dedicated to the path. Of course, you're not going to understand. It wasn't meant for you to understand. So you're not going to be able to extract any wisdom. It's going to be like, why did I just read this? You're going to feel like it's a waste of time unless you're actually dedicated to the path. That's the only way it's going to, oh, I see what this is. That's the only way you're going to be able to expound on the wisdom, right? So, but that's how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be like that, right? So that's not by accident. So yeah, anybody who has a problem with Crowley, anybody who has a problem with Blavatsky, who was the grandfather and the grandmother, or the godfather and the godmother of the occult as we know it, it's because they're not occultists. If you're not an occultist, then you're not going to be able to understand occultic writing because it's not for public consumption. It was never for the masses. That's why you had to join these organizations and learn. You didn't just join and they just handed you a bunch of literature for. What is that going to do for you? You had to show and prove that you know this stuff by heart. You have to know it by heart. Because that's what makes you wise. So the issue is, it's not that people don't like to read, it's just that we don't want to use our memory. Because if you use your memory, then you would have to read to even comprehend what you have just committed to memory. Like, why am I committing this stuff to memory? Well, if you read, then you would know why you have to. Like, oh, okay, this is the only way to unlock the keys. Not to unlock the keys, but these are the keys to open the doors to the mysteries. The keys to open the doors to the mysteries is the occult, the Kabbalistic science, astrology, numerology, tarot, Hebrew. All this stuff fits in together perfectly. Those are the keys. That's why you don't see me. You don't see me recommending no books. Well, you should read this book. You should read this book. All the books is going to tell you is their personal experience. All they can tell you is what happened when they committed it to memory. This is what happened when I went through the 19th tunnel of Set. This is what happened when I went through the 18th tunnel of the Kabbalah. Or the 18th path, rather. This is what happened when I went through the 18th path. This is what happened when I went through the 21st path. If you don't know what the 18th path is, if you don't know what the 21st path is, then you're like, you reading about something that you don't comprehend is not going to do anything for you, that you're just going to put the book down. It's not going to make any sense to you. That's why I say you are the book. Your book is your personal experience. Meaning you can write your own book. If you commit this to memory and you have your personal, you can write your own book. Because you know exactly what happened when you went through the 12th path, when you went through the 19th path, when you went through the 32nd path. So all you will be doing is recording your own experience. The same thing a person did who wrote whatever book that you're supposed to read. They just did the same thing. All the books can do is expound on what you already know personally. So they're just giving you more angles, but they're not doing the work for you. Only you can do the work for yourself. All right? So that's why anybody who's making excuses, oh, we don't like what he did with his personal life, we don't like what she did with her personal life, I guarantee you that somebody's not going to like what you're doing with your personal life. So people just have weak-ass excuses. That's all I'm saying. Like, anybody who say they don't agree with somebody's personal life is doing something that somebody is not going to agree with their life. It's just that simple. Right? So it's a weak argument. It's not even an argument at all. But what I notice is people are just unwilling to accept their own shadow, as I always talk about, right? That's why people are just overzealous about God. They got to be God, 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 right? But when you begin to understand the secrets of the devil, you kind of slow down with all that. You don't just become overly devilish. Because all you gotta do is look at me. I was an angel before I was a demon. That's why I'm able to even be this. I'm not just straight demon time with it. I was an angel first. I had to master the angelic magic before I got into the demonic magic. That's what made me balance. Meaning that's why I'm not out here just doing all type of madness. That's why I'm like, okay, all I care about is wisdom. That's why that's why that was my intention. That's why when you see me, you'd see somebody who's wise. Because that was my intention. My intention was to become wise, right? Hold on, I got something in my eye. My intention was to become wise. So I knew in order for me to become wise, what's up, the Nubian hippie? 93. In order for me to become wise, I have to commit these things to memory. The same thing I'm always telling y'all to do. Right? I had to commit these things to memory. I'm like, well, if I want to be wise, I gotta go through those 33 chambers. I gotta go through those 33 paths. I gotta experience. Because that is the whole map of the universe. If I can go through those 33 chambers, there's nothing that I can't figure out. It's not that I know everything, but I know the equations in order to figure things out. So if I don't know something, I know where to go to figure it out. Like, okay, I need to figure out what Sephra that is. I need to figure out what path that is. And I need to figure out the paths that are connected to that particular Sephra. So I at least know how to get to the conclusion if I don't know the answer. I'm like, okay, I know the path. Okay, I need to do these equations. I need to do this and do this. And then I'm going beyond the 2D. I take it to the 3D. Well, how do you bring forth these energies in real time? So now it's not you not just reading off a paper. Now you know what happens when you actually summon these energies right in front of your face, right? So you take it from the 2D to the 3D, which takes time. Again, it took me 10 years, right? Because that's how long I've been on YouTube, right? I've been on this bitch for 10 years. That's how long it's taken me to get to this point. Like I said, I've done all this right in front of your face. That's why I say I'm probably the only one who has. I've done everything that I talk about, I have done right in front of your face. I didn't come on YouTube, okay, I know everything. No, I came on YouTube as a student, just figuring things out. But y'all have seen me figure it out right in your face. That's how you know this shit is real. Like, I've literally done it right in front of your face. It's all recorded, right? I didn't come on here like I already know it all. No, I don't. I was just getting started, right? I've been watching for 8 years, so you know then. I have done this right in front of your face. But that's because it had to be done, though. Somebody had to show you right in front of your face. We can't just have people coming on here talking about I already figured it out. They ain't showing you anything, they're just running their mouth. I wasn't just running my mouth, I'm actually showing you the good, the bad, and the ugly of it all, of the occult, right? Because somebody had to do it. Somebody had to be willing to show you their shadow. I was just willing to show you my shadow. That's why I didn't come on here talking about how godly I was, how I'm the divine supreme, I'm the messenger. You see, I didn't say none of that. And I never cared to even present myself in that fashion. Because I'm like, I'm actually here to show you my shadow, how to master your shadow. That's all I've been doing is mastering the shadow, right? And that's all y'all see, right? That's why I'm the horn god. My name literally means the horn god. Amun Asha Renu is the horn god. So literally my name itself means the horn god. That's what I came to show you. This is what it means to actually be in control of your shadow, instead of letting your shadow control you because you are ignoring it because you're too fucking angelic or you're too godly. I just came here to show you the balance. This is what happens, right? It's like, no, you're not a nature boy. Well, nature boy didn't show you anything, now did he? The first time you saw nature boy on camera, he was already nature boy. Right or wrong? Right or wrong? Exactly. All right. But yeah, The first time Nature Boy got on camera, he already was saying, I'm Nature Boy. He already had his name. He already had his philosophy. You didn't see him develop that. He already had that on lock. That's what I'm saying. So you didn't see, like, okay, well, how did you arrive at these conclusions? Now, he talked about it. He talked about how he got to where, I guess, what he then showed people as Nature Boy. He talked about it, but you didn't see it, right? You didn't see Nature Boy before Nature Boy. You saw Amun Asha Renu before Amun Asha Renu, before I was even calling myself that. You saw me before I began to call myself that. That's what I'm saying. So before I became Asha Renu, you knew who I was before that because it's already on camera. That's what I'm saying. We don't have these examples. All of your favorite teachers were already who they were. Right? That's what I'm saying. All of your favorite teachers came through the door already who they were. They already had their name. They already had their philosophy. They already had their religion. They already had their spirituality. They already had that. That's not what you saw with me. You saw somebody who was a student. You saw somebody who was just learning. I'm like, oh, I'm not sure what the fuck is going on here. I just opened up some portals. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is going on here. I was not born spiritual, right? I was not born with my third eye activated spirits talking to me and all that. I was not born with those abilities. Some people were, right? Wasn't me. Everything I had to earn the hard way. I had to go through the shadow. I couldn't get it through the light. I had to go through the shadow to even become what I am now. I had to become the horn of God through the shadow, right? But y'all seen it. Y'all seen it happen right before your eyes. Something that you can't really say, right? You can't really say that who else showed you this right in front of you so that you see the reality of it. Especially now, right? You saw how deep I was able to go, and then now you're seeing me raise up. All right? What's up, Divinely Got It? Why is this the last live stream? Because I'm going to be upgrading my technology. That's why. I will be upgrading my iPhone to an iPhone 14. Right? So this will be the last time that y'all, have to deal with all these glitches. Y'all see what I have to go through to even go live, right? So I'm like, all right, let me stop all that. Let me stop giving y'all half-ass content. So I'm going to give y'all the full experience. But in order for me to do that, I need to upgrade my technology. That's what I'm talking about, all right? So this will be the last time that y'all have to experience me glitching and all this, all this stuff that we had to go through just to even get on the live stream, right? So I'm stopping all that. So I'm going to take some time off. I guess I'm not going to really be taking time off. I'm still going to be putting in the work. But y'all probably won't see me for a while. So I'm going to be stacking up my money so I can upgrade to the latest iPhone, which is like $1,000, $1,500, however fucking much it is, right? I'm going to upgrade my technology, come with the latest and greatest, then I'll be back, right? Sooner than you know it. Sooner than you know it, so, that's what I'm talking about. So this will be the last live stream for a while until I upgrade my technology so that I can bring y'all even better content. That's what I'm talking about. So it's time for me to give y'all better content. That's what I'm talking about. So you're going to see me in high definition, right? Yep. Do what you got to do. I definitely will. Fucking 60 hours a goddamn week. That's the type of sacrifice I got to make, right? Fucking 60 hours a week. Fucking slave labor for 60 hours a week every week. Just thinking about this shit, I'm like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So I'm saying I gotta overwork. That's overtime. I gotta do over 40 hours. All right? So I'm working more than the average person. Right? I got to go above and beyond. Who is I? What do you value the most? What do you value the least? What culture do you come from? How well do you know yourself? How was the universe created? So when you say, who is I guess I'm not sure what you mean by who is I. So I'm not sure what you mean by who is I. If you ask me who am I am Asha Renu, the horn god, the hidden one. Alright? What do I value the most? Wisdom. What do I value the least? Bullshit. What culture do you come from? Hip hop. How well do you know yourself inside out? How was the universe created? By thought, thinking, consciousness. What is the universe? Consciousness. The sum total of creation, which is your consciousness. So there you go. All right. None of these things require, that much thought, right? I'm about to go back to teaching. Guess that's what it is. You definitely should. You definitely should. The world needs to see how real this shit is. The world needs to see. The world wants to see the journey. That's what I realized. It's not even about the destination, it's about the journey. People want to see the journey. That's why I documented the journey. People want to see the journey. You have to show your journey. You got to be willing to show your journey. Fuck the destination. Fuck what you become. You have to show the journey. Because that's the most valuable part. Because you're showing people how real it is and how it's possible to even do it. Again, it's one thing where you just pop nowhere and you're already successful. You already got shit figured out. It's another thing where people can see your beginnings. People can see like, damn, you were just like me. You didn't know a goddamn thing, just like I didn't know a goddamn thing. Then I saw how you began to increase in wisdom or whatever it is, in success, whatever it is that you set out to do. When people can see the journey, that's what's more valuable than wherever your destination is. Because wherever your destination is wherever your destination is. But when you document it, there's nothing more valuable you can give to the world than your own documentation. Something you documented on your own, just like the most valuable thing you have are your own notes. What's more valuable than your own notes? Your own personal experience, your own dreams. Right? That's what I'm saying. There's no right or wrong answer. There's definitely a wrong answer. There's definitely a wrong answer. Somebody can definitely give you a wrong answer. So no, I'm not. No, there's no real. There's wrong answers. There is a wrong answer. It's okay. Take your time. Got 10 5-hour live streams and thousands of videos to get caught up on. Exactly. It's way too much content. I didn't even lost track of how much content. I don't even know how many videos I got on this channel. I even lost count. I don't even know how many videos I've uploaded. That's just how I have no idea, right? Cause I don't premeditate this. I just hit the record button and I speak. I just move my ego out the way and I speak. So that's why I keep it authentic, right? I can come to y'all with notes and this and that, but I have to speak from the heart, sinner. Not here. I didn't want to give y'all this. I didn't want to give y'all a bunch of intellectualism. Fuck my intellect. Fuck my intelligence. The only thing that matters is the heart. It's the only thing that matters. Right? I had a friend who said she's excited to see more of my journey. That's the whole point. Show your journey. As the teachers used to say, show your work. It doesn't matter that you know how to get to the correct answer. You need to show your work. How did you get to the correct answer? It's not enough because you could have used a fucking calculator. And that's what we have now. We have a bunch of people who just use calculators to get to where they are. That's it. They use the shortcuts. But the calculator doesn't show you the work. The calculator will give you the right answer, but the calculator can't show you how to arrive at that answer. The calculator is not going to show you step by step by step by step. Only you can do that. And that's exactly what I did. I showed you step by step by step by step. I didn't show you a shortcut. I showed you direct experience. This is exactly how you do it. Step by step by step. No shortcuts. That's what I'm saying. That's not something that, when you look at the whole YouTube, that's not something you see. You barely see that. It's only a couple of people who've actually showed you the whole experience. And we ain't just talking about numbers. We're just talking about documenting your life. There's not too many YouTubers that have just documented their life for a long period of time, where you can go back and you can see them like, damn, they were just a little kid. They were just a little teenager when they started. Now they're fully grown and like, oh shit, that's crazy. You actually are able to see the whole fucking journey. How they went from nothing to something. That's not something that you just, we don't have an abundance of these people. It's only a handful of us. It ain't that many. Right? Most people that came on here already had a plan. We're talking about the people who just one day picked up a camera like, oh, let me see what I can do with this. They didn't have no intentions of wherever they ended up. That's what I can say about me. I didn't know where the fuck I was going to end up. I didn't know anybody would ever watch my fucking videos. That's not the reason why I uploaded them. I'm like, let me document my journey. And if people resonate with it, then cool. But the main reason of me doing this is to document the journey. Because it needs to be documented. Just so people know that this is possible, that this is real. That you can talk about things such as the dark side, but you can still be pure of heart. That's what I did. Because I just showed you that the dark side isn't actually what you think it is. Did I not show you that? All right then. Did I not show you that you can be in the dark but still be light, still be pure-hearted? Again, you can still be righteous. You can deal with demons righteously. Before I came on the scene, most people didn't really know that. Like, well, you're just on the dark side. You're on the left-hand path, and so you clearly are into the Illuminati, or you're clearly just trying to vamp people's energy or whatever the fuck people thought. I showed you that that's just not the case. That's why I had to document the journey. Because every time you tap into my energy, you don't get the sense of, okay, this is somebody who's trying to just really trying to, I guess, who has bad intent for people. Because if that was the case, then you wouldn't have thousands of comments talking about how much I've helped people. But I had to show that. I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, you do be talking about some dark ass shit, but your intentions are pure. I'm not telling you to do anything that's gonna destroy you. Unless it's your intention to be destroyed because you're trying to take shortcuts, then yeah. But that'd be your fault. That ain't because I told you to take shortcuts. Why would I tell you to take shortcuts when I didn't take shortcuts? You don't take shortcuts when, again, you're not even sure what this is going to lead to. If you would have asked me in 2013, where would you be occult wise in 2023? I wouldn't be able to give you an answer because I wasn't able to foresee it because that wasn't, again, I wasn't, again, I'm not the person that just already knew what the fuck I wanted to be. Like, I'm 8 years old, okay, I want to be this, I want to be that. Some people had that. Some people knew exactly what they, some people knew exactly what they wanted to do with their life when they were single digits. I want to be a singer, I want to be an artist, I want to be an architect, I want to be this. They already had it figured out. That wasn't me. You would have asked me in 2013, well, I'm figuring it out. Let me get back to you. I didn't have a definite answer. Because I'm like, how the fuck would I tell you? Like, I had to go through my own shadow. How would I be able to tell you where I'm gonna end up? I gotta deal with my own shadow. So I gotta go through these loops. I gotta go through these hoops. I gotta go through ups. I gotta go through the downs. Because it was not about the destination. It's about, can you tame your own shadow? That's not really a destination. That's a path. That's a journey. Now, if you look at me now, I'm like, damn. I have to really sit and think about, like, damn, I do know a lot of this stuff now. I'm like, was that the intention? Not necessarily, but when I really think, I'm like, damn, I do know a lot of stuff. But that's just through trial and error. That's just through trial and error, and that's because I didn't take any shortcuts. So that's why, like, yeah, if you ask me, like, do you know every single tarot card? Yep. You know every path? Yep. You know every sufferer? Yep. You know everything about astrology? Yeah. Numerology? Yeah. But did I learn all this overnight? No. It took me a whole decade. It took a whole decade, right? Go back to my first videos. I didn't know anything that I'm telling you about now. I didn't know any of that. Go back to the first videos. I didn't know none of that. No, I didn't know none of this stuff by heart. But eventually, I began to learn it by heart through experience. So I see what happens when I open up this path, when I open up this door, when I work with this spirit. All that happened over time. If I look at my notes, I have over 2,000 notes of spirits. Me working with spirits because I was documenting, okay? I'm smoking, summoning spirits. Okay, what happened when I summon this spirit, when I summon that spirit? Oh, okay. I'm writing all this stuff down. So whenever I want to work with a particular spirit, all I do is refer to notes that I may have took 3-4 years ago. I'm like, okay, when I work with that spirit, this happened. Because I was documenting. That's why I know what I know by heart, because I always documented. I was always writing things down or typing things on the phone. Like, if you look at my notebooks, I had stacks of notes. I got rid of the notebooks and then I started putting everything in the iCloud because I'm like, yo, I'm not going to be able to keep up with these notebooks. I'm just going to have stacks on stacks on stacks on stacks. But that's not the point. All right? Oh, yeah, y'all think I'm fucking around. All right, watch. Hold on. Let me show you something real fast. Give me 1 second. Let me show you some shit. Alright. Just for anybody who think I'm just running my fucking mouth. Cause I know a lot of people be just running their fucking mouth, right? A lot of people just be running their fucking mouth. Here we go. Let me show y'all. I'm just looking for something with a date on it. Let me see. For example, I have this. I wrote this in 2008. This is notes from 2008. This says, plan, if you look at the top, I don't know if it's twisted or not. This says, plan for Vegas, Los Angeles, San Diego. Because at the time, I was still in Detroit. This is before I was even on the West Coast. So I literally wrote the fucking plan. I'm like, all right. If I make this amount every day or this amount every month, I even put Monday to Thursday off. My first job, I'm going to be working from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. My second job, I'm going to be working from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. I'm calculating my bills. I'm like, all right, I'm going to be paying $1,000 for rent, $500 for bills, right? Then I'm like, all right, $2,000 for a car, $5,000 for a laptop, yada yada yada. This is all stuff I wrote down in 2008, before I was even on the West Coast, before I even knew how I was even going to get to the West Coast. These are video games. What does it say? PlayStation 3. You see, that says PlayStation 3. So this is how old this is. We know we're in what, PlayStation 5. This says PlayStation 3, Xbox 360. These was all the games that was recently coming out. This is 2008. I got Ninja Gaiden 2. That's old as fuck. I got Fable 2, Resident Evil 5, Grand Theft Auto 4. This was before Grand Theft Auto 5 came out. I'm just reading the notes. Saints Row 2, Alan Wake, Mirror's Edge, Dragon's Age Origins, Halo 3, WWE SmackDown versus Raw 09. So yes, this had to be in 2008. These are notes from 2008. So I'm like, all right, this is how much I'm going to be working my job. These are video games I want to play because I was a gamer. All right. Let's see. But I want to show you something with a date on it, though, so y'all don't think I'm bullshitting. I need to find something with a date. I also was writing out the dictionary. Let me show you this stuff. If you look at this, this is just me copying every word in the dictionary and every definition. This is all the E's, right? Envoy, erode, essential, essence, exceed, expedition, extract, extravagant, flourish, genuine, gritty, prolific, ideal, monogamous, magnificent, majestic, manifest, metamorphosis, mishap, nullify, perseverance, pessimistic, reaction, revulsion, inconsistent. This is just me writing. This is me writing a dictionary. I'm just writing out words in the dictionary. It keeps going. Cause I'm like, I need to expand my, just in case, I'm like, I need to expand my literature, right? Elaborate, elevate, elevation, eloquent. What is it? Eludicate, ambassador, embassy, embed, embellish, emblem, embolden, embrace, embroil, emend, emerge, eminence, emissary, empathetic, employ, emulate, enable, encase, endorse, endure, enforce. All right? I'm just writing out words. But again, let me see if I can find something with a date. So these notes is old. I was a teenager. These are notes from when I was a teenager. I still got them though. But again, let me see if I can find something with a date. In 1 second. And I ain't never showed this stuff. This is like top secret right here. What's up, Gabby? It's top secret right here. Again, I'm trying to find something with a date. Look at this. What does it say? Self-confidence formula. All right, whole page, self-confidence formula. Writing all this as a teenager. This is when I first started to study. These are literally my first notes. When I began to take notes, when I was 18 years old, right after I learned about meditation, I started to write. Then I started to learn about the subconscious mind. This is when I first started learning about all this stuff. 2008. This is my automatic writing. When I was practicing automatic writing. Right? I'm just letting the pen flow. Anyway. Just to let y'all know how long I've been doing this shit. Exactly. Think and Grow Rich, self-confidence formula. Exactly. For those who know, exactly. And again, this is from 2008. 2008, 2009. Well, let me see. Look how old this is. I got notes that's tearing up. This is just how old. These are lyrics. These are lyrics. When I was writing my lyrics. Look at this stuff. This is old as fuck. Look at this. Look, hello, Mrs. Gemini. They call me Mr. Scorpio. I like to introduce you to the place they call the studio. And know it ain't conventional. I keep this shit real sensual. This elements, elegance. No, this shit ain't digital. What is this? They call you Miss Communicator. I call you Miss. Anyway, this is when I wasn't good. This is like my first lyrics, right? I'm rapping about astrology though, because that's what I was into. So this is from a teenager. I'm like, oh, let me make a song about astrology. Look at this shit. This is poetry. Look at this shit. I don't even know if I would have read this shit. I don't even know if I would have read this. What the fuck? Oh, man. What is this? I can feel myself inside of you. Within your own soul, I see the illusion of life, the paradox of death, and the unconditional love of the unseen. I look into your eyes and I see nothing but complete darkness, only to find my greatness. True, my greatness fear, and sometimes that's too much for me. So I close my eyes only to find myself within my own heart, looking into the eyes of my past pains, my mental depression. I can see the tears of my spirit. Then all of a sudden time stops and I burst into paradise. This is teenage shit. Just teenage shit. This is before I ever went in the studio. This is before I even seen the inside of the studio. So this is how I got to the studio. What's up, Montude93? So I'm just showing y'all this. This is just how far back we go. This is how far back I go. All right. The stuff I was writing as a teenager. Only in my dreams can I be divine. I can choose to forever be in my own paradise or suffer forever within my own hell. I have complete control, but only in my dreams. I am forever young. I am complete nothing. It's not within my reach. Everything I touch becomes great and eternal, but only in my dreams. So what about my own reality? Well, let's just say my dreams are the reflection of my reality. But how can that be? Soon you will understand. But for now, be amazed by the illusion of creation. All right? So what I'm saying, I don't even know how I even preserve this stuff. I even got other people's poetry. All right? I got other people. That shit is crazy. I got other people's poetry. It's not my handwriting. I got other people's poetry. Goodness. See that cursive? I got other people's poetry in here. Anyway. I'm just showing y'all how far this shit goes back. Let's see. So just in case you think I took any shortcuts, so this is almost 20 years ago. These joints is almost 20 years old. So these are pages that's almost 20 years old. That's crazy. This is almost 20 years old. These notes are almost from 20 years ago. All right? What's up, 313? Get off this app. Say, why you gotta be from 313, right? Why you gotta be from my hometown? You coming on here. Anyway, I just wanted to show y'all. It's no shortcuts. So I've been documenting the entire time. I've been documenting the entire time. So ever since I got serious, back in 2008, I have been documenting. And this stuff is almost 20 years old at this point. Oh yeah, here we go. This is when I first started to learn mantras. Right? This is when I first started to learn mantras. They say mutra, mandala, chakra, dharma, mutras, touch fingertips. Mandala, imagine in your mind. Chakra, energy at the center of the body. Attract at the top of the head. Dharma, peace and harmony. Repeat daily 5 minutes in a row or continuous for an hour. Om Shakti Shakti Shakti. You do that to recall unusual memories. Look straight ahead, then turn up to the left. To access hearing or sound memory, you need to look down and left. To recall or enhance your touch memory or visualizing, practice looking down to the right. All right? So that's when I began to learn the Eastern knowledge. Again, this is almost 20 years ago. And again, I got album covers in here. Anyway. Let me see. I don't know what this is. All right, let me put this up. So yeah, no shortcuts. You only remember what you write down. You only remember what you write down. That's why I'm showing you. I've been taking notes for almost 20 years at this point. I've been writing things down for almost 20 years. So for all the people like, well, how you build up your memory skills? You have to write things down. You have to write things down. Let me see. Trying to show y'all. Let me see if I got some mantras. Let me see. There's more here. Give me a second. See if I can show you. Oh shit. Let me show you this. Hold on. Hold on. I don't want to rip this. Hold on. There we go. Damn. Look at this. This is from high school. These are my high school grades. I still got this. This is from high school. And you can see the dates on here. Look, this says 2005. So I still got my transcripts. My high school transcripts from 2005. That's just how far this shit go back. Let me show you this. So this was printed in 2009. Let me see if y'all can see that. Y'all say, you see the date? That date says printed 5/20/2009. Right? 5/20/2009. So that's how old this paper is. And it's 2023. Anyway, I think y'all get the point here. So I'm telling y'all, see, all this comes from 2008 to 2009. All right. Let me see. And here's one of the notebooks. Yeah. You graduated in 2009? No, that's just when that was printed out. That's when that paper was printed out. But yeah, I've been showing y'all, I'm like, yo, this is how long I've been taking notes. That was the reason why I'm showing it. So yeah, all of the papers that I was just showing was from the years 2008 to 2009. So everything I was showing y'all, so I showed y'all poetry, I showed y'all notes where I'm just copying the dictionary. So I showed you poetry, I showed you notes, I showed you rhymes. Just to show y'all how long I've been doing this. So you see, it's been almost 2 decades. It's been almost 2 fucking decades that I just been writing and documenting, and I still got it. I got more though. That's not all. I got more. Hold on. So, showing y'all all that just to show there is no shortcuts. I have been doing this for a very long fucking time. So whether y'all see me on here talking for hours at a time, or you see me get in a studio and do a record, or whatever the fuck you see me doing, I've been doing this for a very long time. No shortcuts. Even this, look at this. You see this drawing? You see the date? You see the date? That says 2011. That says May 5th, 2011. So when I was drawing like Dragon Ball Z stuff. This is 2011. So we said that's over 10 years ago. It's over 10 years ago. Also this. You see Supreme Mathematics, Supreme Alphabet. Got the Supreme Mathematics, Supreme Alphabet here. Alright? And as you see, this is before YouTube, right? So also letting y'all know, I didn't just get on YouTube and then I started studying after. All this is before YouTube. Alright? So I've been putting in this work before I ever got on camera. Like all this type of stuff, right? It's more art. All this is before YouTube. This drawing shit. But again, I ain't gotta show y'all all this stuff. Right? It's my whole natal chart. Drew out my whole natal chart from planet to planet. Alright? Hold on. There you go. But y'all get the point. Again, we ain't gotta go through all this stuff. And again, I got my whole graffiti journey in here. And I think I showed y'all this before anyway, so we ain't gotta go through all this stuff. This is when I start getting into graffiti. And I start tagging shit up. Right? So I just kept drawing my name, Draco, 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 Draco. So as you see, no shortcuts. Page after page until I got that perfect technique. Right? Page after page. Top and bottom, right? Top and bottom. Draco, Draco, Draco. And not the gun, the constellation Draco. Right? Page after page until I just wanted y'all, you see how the technique evolves? I just wanted to show y'all. Let me just look at the first page and look at the last page. Let me go back to the first page. So I started with this. As you see, Draco. D-R-A-C-O. That's how it starts off. Draco, Draco, Draco. Right? All over the place. But then when I show y'all the last page, after page after writing it hundreds of times, now it starts to make a little more sense. Now you see I started to gather the technique. Now I'm putting a crown on top and all that. But that ain't even the last page. Let me show you the last page. Now you see the technique just keeps getting better and better and better. All right. See, now it's starting to make sense. Now you're starting to see the creativity, the originality from where it started. Now you're seeing the parentheses. And then I started tagging that shit on walls. Start tagging that shit on walls, right? But that ain't even the last page. Let me show y'all the last page. Wait, I'm going back. Hold on. So I'm just showing y'all no shortcuts. So yeah, there we go. Here's the last page. All right. So I wrote this hundreds of times. Hundreds of times. Now it's all uniform. See, now you see how I'm able to, now it's synchronized. I'm able to just keep it in formation. Versus the first page. Oh, this is when I first wrote it. This is when I first channeled it. You see, that says Draco. So this is my first time writing it. Because I got this through a channel. So I didn't just wake up one day, okay, I'm about to start saying Draco. This came directly from a channel. Right? So that's when I first wrote it. That's the very first one. Then, that's when I perfected it. So it went from that to that. And only then did I start tagging that on walls. So then I took it to LA and I started tagging that shit on walls after I mastered the technique. What inspired me to do that? I was watching a documentary. I don't even remember the name of the documentary. It broke me down in tears. Like it broke me down in tears. It was two dudes. They were climbing up like this wall without a safety net. So they were like crawling up this wall just to tag. And basically they would have failed, they would have died. So they were crawling up this wall with no safety net, just to tag. So they were basically putting their life on the line. So as I'm watching this, it's like tears just started coming down my face. I'm like, oh shit, like this is that serious to them? I'm like, yo, so if they fall, they're dead. Their whole life is over. And they're doing this just because it means that much to them. And it got me emotional. I'm like, damn, it mean that much to them. Like, though, like, okay, this means more to them than life. I'm like, you know what? That's it. I'm like, no, man, no, I'm not like, I can't let them outdo me. I'm like, I can't let them outdo me. I'm like, okay, that's when I realized, like, okay, whatever it is that you decide to do, If you ain't willing to put your life on the line, then you just might as well leave it alone. Because there's people out in this world like that. There's people out in this world who's putting their life on the line for what they love. So for some people, it's hip hop. As you see, people are, that's all they have. That's basically what that's why, like, it got me highly emotional. And it wasn't even any emotion. It was a fucking documentary on graffiti. It was nothing emotional about it. But it got me emotional because I'm like, damn, I don't think I was ever dedicated to anything that seriously at that time. That's when I got serious. I'm like, okay, I'm doing my little stuff, but I'm like, I'm not putting my life on the line. I'm not putting my freedom on the line. So literally the next day, I went to Walmart or something. I went to Walmart. I got me some spray cans, and I began to tag. I'm like, I can't say that I'm serious, and I'm not putting my freedom on the line. I'm just in the house, just practicing my little shit. Like, I can't say I'm serious. I can't say that I'm really dedicated to this craft, and I'm not putting my life on the line. And I'm watching people put their life on the line, and then I'm watching, especially people in L.A. And we know how serious that was in L.A., just like you know how serious it was in New York and everywhere else. I'm like, all right, these people are putting their freedom on the line. These people, this is life or death. And I think I'm doing something because I'm scribbling in a little fucking notebook. I think I'm doing something. I'm scribbling. So that's when I put the notebook down. Then I went and got the spray cans. I'm like, all right, well, it's time to put my freedom on the line. Because if I get caught, then yeah, I'm going to, it's not going to be good if I get caught. But I have to be risky. All right, I have to be risky. I can't be safe with this. I'm like, I'm only going to get so far being safe when you got people out here that's every night they putting their goddamn freedom on the line. So at that point, every night, I begin to put my freedom on the line. I begin to tag and put my freedom on the line again. So that's why I take hip hop so seriously, because I'm like, I've seen, and it just struck something in my heart. Like, all right, you know what? I'm not doing enough. I'm not doing enough. So that's when I took the lyrics more seriously. That's when I took the culture more seriously. Every element, all 9 elements of hip hop. I'm like, all right, if I'm not that dedicated, then I just need to leave it alone. And then I brought that level of dedication into the occult. So that's why I had the level of dedication I have on the occult, because it started with hip hop. Hip hop sparked the fire within me. Because that's when I started to risk it all. I'm like, all right, is it worth going to jail over? Is it worth dying over? So I had to ask myself, all right, is you willing to die for it? Is you willing to live for it? And I'm like, yeah, I am. It means that much to me. Like, cause well, like, what the fuck am I doing here if I don't have that level of dedication? And there's people in this world that do. How can I compete with them? Cause at that point, it wasn't even about technique. Cause it wasn't even that they had like superior technique. It wasn't even about that. They just had supreme courage and bravery. It wasn't even about the technique. They were just tagging just because they were tagging. It wasn't that they're putting up these masterpieces or these morals. You got the morals and stuff. So it wasn't even that they had supreme technique. They just had bravery, which is obviously the first step. And I'm like, okay. So I'm just giving y'all a little history. And this is how long it's been. Let me see. What is this? There's some more astrology stuff. I don't know if y'all can see any of this. But you see, I got notes on notes on notes on notes. This is when I started to learn about stocks, definitions of stocks, and wealth, basically financial literacy. So when I decide to take financial literacy, this is how I got my financial literacy on point. This is when I learned the difference between capital, the difference between money. Was the difference between capital, money, income. Then there's like three, and funds. Like funds is not the same thing as income, which is not the same thing as money. So I begin to write all these like, okay, I need to know the differences between all these things. Like we be using these definitions interchangeably, but it's not. All right? Here, wealth, property, value. There's three different definitions of value: real estate, possessions, riches, trade, market value, monetary, commerce, profit, entity, unit, economy, enterprising, asset, benefit, so on and so forth. I'm all right, let me get my financial lit. I need to know the definitions of all these things. So I'm just showing that I've been activating the pen for a very long time here. So, sorry about that. So I'm just showing y'all some evidence. It's been quite a long time. But I just wanted to show y'all some proof. Just wanted to show y'all some proof. So you like literally got my fucking school records on here. God damn. Just wanted to show y'all a little proof. You know, that I didn't just pop out of nowhere, you know, thinking I'm just some smart guy. No, then I would show you my phone notes. Let me see. Hold on. Just let me see if I can just show you the number of notes I have. Hold on. So I just want to show y'all the number. Let me see if I can just show you. Let me download the app. Hold on. Anyway. What's up, L. Ray? What's up, C? How can sex appeal help with alchemy? Well, sex appeal is everything. Sex appeal is alchemy itself. Meaning you can increase your sex appeal the more you understand alchemy. Meaning the more you understand how what you eat affects your appearance, what you think affects your appearance, how you live affects your appearance. All that is alchemy. Hold on, give me a second. So there is nothing that isn't alchemy. There is nothing that is not alchemy, right? Which is magical. Meaning nothing is set in stone. Nothing is set in stone. How you look is not set in stone because, again, once you change your diet, once your mental diet, your physical diet, your spiritual diet, you change. Because we know the body is mostly water, right? The body is mostly water. And give me a second. Now that I'm thinking about water, let me take a sip. Let me take a sip of water. Hold on, give me a second. All right. So as you see, got some tea, but what does it say? 0 sugar. 0 sugar. Right? I don't know why they said it twice. But just like I showed y'all earlier, that says no sugar. 0 sugar. So you see I'm really staying away from the sugar. I guess I'll just, let me drink off camera. I don't think y'all want to see me just drinking on this. Hold on. All right. Then, this big ass gallon of water, I believe this is a gallon. Big ass gallon of water. Say pure. Literally got the baby on there. Say pure enough for babies. All right. It's purified for babies. I got that baby water. I don't even think I got that on purpose, but I'm like, oh, whatever. If it's good for babies, and I'll drink that shit. So that means babies ain't supposed to drink spring water? Whatever that means, right? But anyway, what I'm trying to do is show y'all Alright, I'm not gonna be able to show you all these notes. Cause you see it's I literally downloaded. You see the number just keep going up if you look at the number. Cause I just downloaded, so it's gonna take forever, but I got like over 2,000 notes. Alright, it's over 2,000 notes. It's full of spirits. Every time I work with a spirit, notes. Am I a fallen angel? Yep. Lucifer all day. Lucifer all day. Lucifer all day. Yep, I was surprised about the specific order for the babies. Yeah, I guess so, right? I guess so. I'm like, all right, fuck it. If it's pure enough for babies and it's pure enough for me, I'm drinking it, right? So I'm drinking it. So I'm just letting y'all know. You see, everything that I'm putting in my body is no sugar. Everything is just fruit. All right, hold on. Let's see. Let me grab the fruit. In a second. It said you teach us how to manifest money with your skills, but you're going to get a job. Yeah, to use my skills. That's the whole point. Is that not the whole point? If you have skills, should you not get paid for those skills? What point are you making? I'm doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing. Whatever skills you have, you should get paid for those skills. Right? What are you missing about that? What are you missing here? We'll say understood. No, what point were you making? Because you got these exclamation points and shit. What point were you making? If you have skills, get paid from your skills. What don't you understand about that? So me getting a job is getting paid for my skills. No, so what was the point of you even making the comment? You're teaching us how to manifest money with your skills, but you're getting a job. Okay, why? So I'm not supposed to get paid for my skills? I don't understand. I see other people getting rich off of YouTube, but what are they doing? What are they doing? They're not doing what I'm doing. That's the whole point. That's the whole point, right? You don't see ads on my videos. Because I like, you, again, you're just not going to understand it because you're not, you will never understand. You will never understand that, right? You will never understand. I don't have ads on my videos because I don't want white faces in my videos. You don't understand that, do you? If I put ads on my videos, I would be making money from YouTube. The reason I don't make money from YouTube is because I don't want interruptions with the message. What purpose, if I'm talking about all this consciousness, all this so-called black consciousness, but every 5 minutes you're seeing a white face, how is that authentic? That may make sense to a business-oriented person, but that doesn't make any sense to me, but that's what people do. They got ads all throughout their videos, so they got this whole consciousness shit, but then you're seeing a white face every 5 to 10 minutes. That doesn't make any sense to me. That's why you don't see ads on my videos. That's why I don't get paid off of YouTube. Because I refuse to put ads on my videos. You don't get that, do you? You don't understand that, do you? I don't do what other YouTubers do because that doesn't make sense to me. How am I supposed to say that you're the supreme, but then you got products being pushed to you every 10 minutes because you got ads in the videos? I'm trying to tell you to be the best version of yourself, but then every 10 minutes you're seeing somebody pushing products to you that you don't need. Let other people do that. That doesn't make any sense to me. That's why I don't do that. I don't want YouTube's money because that completely destroys the message, in my opinion. That's why I don't do it. But again, I don't expect you to understand that because I know that you are unwilling to make that sacrifice. You are unwilling to make that sacrifice. You are unwilling to just give and don't expect anything in return. You see, I be speaking for hours, right? I will speak for hours and don't get anything and still come with the same energy. This whole time, I'm not getting paid for saying anything. I'm here answering your questions and getting nothing in return. But I do it, and I keep doing it, and you see I've been doing this for hours on hours on hours on hours. And then ask nobody for a single dime. I'm not asking nobody for a single dime, now am I? But then you like, oh, well, why would you? Okay, so you rather me ask you for money than me go get my own goddamn money. What sense does that make? You're talking about me getting a job. I'm like, all right, well, you rather me beg you for money like the other YouTubers do? You rather me beg you for a fucking cash app? You rather me do that? You rather me come on here and beg for money than just get it on my own and don't have to ask somebody for anything? You don't even, you make no fucking sense. You make no sense at all. You make no sense. So I'm supposed to get on here and just beg people for money. Like I don't have my own skill set and I can go get it my goddamn self. Just like I'm telling you, I need to upgrade my own technology. I'm supposed to ask you for it? How do you know? You don't respect me when you're saying shit like that. Don't know. Because you wouldn't give me anything any fucking way, and you know that's the fucking truth. So why are you even saying anything? Why are you even saying anything? I'm like, okay, yo, I'm about to get a job because I need to upgrade my technology to give you better content. Right? I want to upgrade my technology so that I can give you better content. Who the fuck am I to ask you for it? I'm not about to ask you for $1,000. I'm not about to ask anybody for that. I'm like, okay, let me get this money myself so I can give you better content. But then you're like, oh, well, you're talking about manifesting. Yes, I manifested the fucking job so that I can give you better content. And I don't have to ask you for a motherfucking thing. But that just doesn't make any sense to you, huh? That doesn't make any fucking sense to you, huh? Like that makes no sense to you, huh? You don't understand this, right? I'm supposed to beg you for money. I'm supposed to ask you to help me. I'm not supposed to help myself. All right. You see, that type of thinking is why. And I don't even want to get disrespectful. But I'm like, all right, you keep thinking that. You keep thinking that. All right. Because you wouldn't do shit for me anyway. That's why I'm like, why are you even saying anything? You wouldn't do a motherfucking thing for me any damn way. Let's just be 100% here. You wouldn't do shit for me anyway. But then you're like, well, why are you getting a job? Like what? So I'm supposed to wait for you to do anything? No, it's not gonna happen. I'm not foolish. You wouldn't do a motherfucking thing for me anyway. And don't fucking pretend like you would. I could ask you for something right now. You're like, oh, you will give me a goddamn excuse. So instead of listening to your fucking excuse, I'm like, let me get it on my own. That way I don't have to ask. I don't have to listen to your fucking excuses. So when I need something, I'm like, all right, I'm going to buy with my own goddamn money that I earned with my skill set. And then you can keep your fucking money in your pocket. Everybody wins. Everybody wins. But somehow you don't comprehend that. Everybody wins. Me not having to ask you for anything, everybody wins. Because if I had to wait on you, I would never get anything. And that's just the fucking truth. That's just the fucking truth. If I was waiting on you to send me anything, the shit would just, you just would never see me again. Because it's not going to happen. All right? Then you talking about you been watching for 8 years. Well, for 8 years, you ain't seen me work a fucking job. That's another thing. You've been seeing me grind it out. For literally, for however fucking long. The whole fucking time. The whole time. Now I'm like, all right, well, I'm not expecting the fucking iPhone 14 to fall out of the sky. Like, oh, okay, let me manifest an iPhone 14. I'm like, all right, let me not be foolish here. That shit ain't just about to fall out the sky. That shit will require somebody's going to have to work their ass off for that. And I'm like, okay, so I'm just supposed to ask y'all for $1,000 and not figure out, okay, let me figure out a way to get it. I'm supposed to ask you. You're not making any sense. You're not making any sense. But you can't say I'm lying, though. That's all I'm saying. You can't say I'm lying. And you talking about, oh, you literally brought up years ago, I tried to send you money when you was in Cali. You said no, you good. What did you expect me to say? Oh, no, I need that. I'm hurting. What sense is that? But yeah, I'm teaching you, though. How the fuck can I teach you anything and I'm hurting? What sense does that make? Right? How do I expect you to respect me, but then I have to ask you for something? I don't understand. Anyway. It's always somebody who's saying who ain't even did shit in the first place. That's the person who has something to say. Alright? That's all I'm saying. I'm not expecting shit to fall out the sky. So if I gotta get a job to get this iPhone 14 to give you better quality content, I'm gonna get the goddamn job. Because I'm not expecting anybody to do it for me. And I shouldn't be expecting that. That wouldn't be logical. And I'm not saying logic is the answer. But I'm saying, should I really expect somebody just to give me that? Should I really expect somebody to say, here, take this iPhone 14? Then I should expect somebody to also to pay the bill too? All right. So yes, if I got to use my skill set to give you better content, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use my skill set, put myself in a position of power so that you don't have to. All right? It's all good. I appreciate you, Goddess. What's up, Keenan? 93. It's all good. Thanks for sharing the wisdom on the... Yep. It's all good. That's what I'm supposed to do, all right? That's what I'm supposed to do. I should block your ass, honestly. Here, hold on. I'm about to block you. Putting you on timeout. Putting you on timeout. Don't ever say no shit like that again. I'm putting your ass on timeout. Don't ever fucking run your mouth like you've even done anything for me. Don't ever fucking run your mouth. You ain't done a goddamn thing for me, bro. Don't act like you have. You haven't done a goddamn thing for me. So I'm putting your ass on timeout. I'm like how does the people who haven't done the damn thing for you have so much to say? Well, what is you see? What the mentality of that is ridiculous. Somebody who hasn't done a damn thing for you, then they're worried about what the fuck you got going on in your personal life. So that I don't have to ask you for a goddamn thing in the first place, right? So if I'm getting a job and working 60 hours a week so that I don't have to ask you for anything, and then you see a problem with that, your logic is flawed. Because if I was waiting on you, as I said, to give me anything, I'll be waiting forever. I would have starved to death by now. If I'm waiting for you to help me with anything, I would have starved to death. All right? But because I'm like, all right, let me figure it out on my own so that I ain't got to ask nobody for nothing. I can actually just continue to give you more and more, and I don't have to expect anything in return. Then you got a problem with that. All right? But you don't see it as you as the one with the issue. It's me with the issue. It's not you with the issue, it's me with the issue. When my goal is to give better quality content, and I'm not expecting nobody to help me do it. Meaning that's my intention. Of course, I can keep doing the same shit I've been doing, but like, oh no, let me give you better quality. Let me give you better audio, better video. Let me see what more I can do, because that's what I'm always thinking as a content creator. How can I do more? How could I make my content better? And how can I do it without having to beg for it? Without having to put ads on my videos that showing products that people don't need? There has to be another way. Well, I'm going to find another way so I can deliver. And I did it in a righteous way. That's what I'm talking about. Motherfuckers is mad that you're doing something in a righteous way. Well, you would be cool if I sold drugs for it. Man, that would be cool with you, huh? If I was doing dirty things, getting dirty money, you would be all good with that, right? But the moment I say, like, all right, let me go do something righteous, let me go be productive, let me go do something productive so that I can be more productive, then somehow that's problematic for you, because I'm being productive and doing it in a righteous way. I'm being productive in a righteous way, and that's problematic. See, those are the type of people I'm like, all right, yeah, don't even, like, stay your ass away, honestly. Stay your ass away. Because that type of mentality is just not even welcome around here. You're not going to make people feel bad because they getting legal money righteously. I'm talking about getting legal money righteously. And then you want to talk about manifestation like that's not a form of manifestation. I'm able to get money righteously and legally. Like, oh, well, that's not manifestation. Oh, so, well, if it fell out the sky, that would be manifestation. Even if it fell out the sky, how the fuck I'm going to pay the bill? Not only how am I going to pay the bill, how am I going to keep the goddamn lights on? How am I going to keep a roof over my head? Haven't I shown y'all enough? I done already showed y'all that street shit. Right? Haven't I not shown y'all enough of that? Do y'all truly want to see me doing that shit again? Or do y'all not want to see elevation and growth? That's what the fuck I'm talking. Do y'all not want to see elevation and growth, or do you want to see me on that street shit again? Doing what, like, I've been there, done that. Y'all don't need to see that shit again. I mean, if you want to see that, you can go back to my old videos. I don't need to keep showing y'all the same dimensions. I done already showed y'all hell. Now I'm trying to show y'all some heavenly shit. Right? But that's problematic, huh? Yep. That's how you know. You know. Can't take everybody with you. Right? Can't take everybody with you. But I'm not going to be on here too much longer. Can't take everybody with you. All right? I'm getting all out of character and shit. Why y'all you gotta get me out of character, man? Trying to come on here with positive energy. Why you gotta get me out of character? Why you gotta get me out of character, man? Trying to show you the righteous way. What you talking about, man? Trying to show you how to be righteous. But we're talking about manifesting. Yeah, I'm not saying the job is the only way. That's the whole thing. Because you can work for your motherfucking self, too. There's something about me that doesn't want to work a 9 to 5. Why is that? Well, if you can work for yourself, then do it. See, that's the thing. I'm not here to tell anybody how to live or manage their life. If you can get it by being your own boss, then by all means. By all means. Right? If you're in a position where you don't have to work, by all means, you should definitely start your own business. Be your own marketer. Be your own advertisement. And get it. Ain't nothing wrong with that. See, that's my whole thing. I'm not here to come on here and tell you that, okay, you have to do it this way, you have to do it that way. No, you do it the way that you see fit. Because that's what I've been doing. Again, y'all seen me. Like, what, for the last, I have not had a job since 2014. So you're not talking to a person who has just been working their whole life and like, no, it's been almost 10 years since I've had a job. So for this whole time, I've been self-employed, figuring it out, doing exactly what the fuck I've been talking about. Now I'm like, all right, well, let me elevate and show. All right, I'm not showing you this is what you need to do. I'm like, well, if I need better equipment, I'm not about to ask somebody else for it. So if I have a particular skill set and they're willing to pay me for a particular skill set so that I can upgrade my fucking equipment and give y'all better quality content, why wouldn't I do that? Because y'all are going to benefit from that. Because that's my intention. My intention is, okay, I'm about to, you know, just be at this job and just be a worker. Nah, this job is going to fund the operation, the real operation. I'm not saying that I'm just about to be at this job forever and I'm like, that's the end all be all. No, this is about to fund the real operation. Meaning that's why I'm about to work overtime, go extra hard to fund the real operation. The job is just to fund the operation. So if you have funding from a different source, then by all means, it's money all over the place. Right? I don't think he meant harm, but the exclamation points made an intense. This way you fucking hating ass motherfucker. I'm not forgiving you for that. Right? I'm not forgiving you. I'm not forgiving you for that. Hey, you talking to me crazy. Like I haven't been doing my thing for almost a decade now. Right? Like you ain't seen me hustle for myself and work for myself for almost a decade. I've been doing it. I've been living my words. I've been doing this shit for almost 10 years. Now I'm like, all right, I'm about to fund the operation. I'm about to go even harder. Right? Cause yeah, I've been doing it myself, but I'm like, all right, well, these phones ain't cheap. Right? These phones ain't cheap. Right? So in order to do better for y'all, I gotta do better for me. Let me do better for myself, which allows me to be better for y'all. Not that you have to follow my footsteps. Not that you have to do what I'm doing. Right? But you came on here talking to me crazy. You came on here talking to me crazy. But you will benefit from it. That's the whole thing. It ain't like, okay, well, fuck it, I'm about to quit YouTube and I'm about to work this job. I didn't say nothing like that. I'm about to fund YouTube to the point where I don't have to ask y'all. See, it would be different, right? It would be looking at me crazy if I asked y'all to fund it. Because I know you wouldn't fund it. That's why it pissed me off. It pissed me off like, yo, if I would have asked you to fund it, you like, oh, well, I don't have it. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. If I would have asked you to fund the operation, you wouldn't do it. Even if you had it, you still wouldn't give it to me. Because that's just the type of person you are. All right? And I know the type of person you are because of how you were talking. So, like, you wouldn't even give it to me if I would have asked for it. So, meaning I got to get it for myself. And I have no problem doing it. That's why I'm not asking. I'm like, all right, let me do what I got to do. It ain't even no point in me even trying to ask for it. I'm just going to handle it on my own. For you, because you will benefit. Because I'm going to still show up. And then I can take the break from YouTube because YouTube ain't paying me any goddamn way. So I ain't got to worry about, I'm not missing out on no YouTube money. YouTube ain't paying me anyway. So I already set myself up in a position where I ain't got to worry about that. We literally seen you go homeless in LA. Exactly. So what the fuck? This is what I'm saying. Like, I done already showed y'all the darkness. I done already showed y'all the darkness. I'm like, y'all don't need to see that no more. Y'all don't need to see me broke and fucked up no more. You don't need to see me like that no more. Right? Why would I keep showing y'all the same dimensions? Eventually, y'all be like, all right, this dude ain't going nowhere. Let's just be real about this shit, right? Let's just be real about this shit. If I wasn't elevating myself, I'm like, why would y'all keep watching? Because then I'm just running my mouth like, well, then you ain't even... This is what I'm saying. Like, there's no win with that, right? Because if I kept doing the same shit, be like, oh, well, you should do better for yourself. Well, then, like, all right, well, I'm about to go get the job. Like, oh, well, why are you getting a job? Like, there's no win with that. There's no win with that, right? But you can't make everybody happy, right? But fuck that person, though. You know what I mean? Fuck that person. Like, yo, don't, like, no. Yeah, you don't, like, you talking about you been watching for 8 years. You didn't give me a single fucking dollar when I was out there in them streets. It's like, this is what I'm saying, like, oh, if you was right in front of me, like, I would really be doing damage right now. Like, yo, no, stop it. So that means you saw me out there broke, fucked up, with nowhere to go, and you ain't do shit for me. But then you're like, oh, you got a job. Well, like, what are you doing? Like, oh, wait, so you didn't help me when I needed the help. But now that I don't need the help, like, oh, now you like, what the fuck you mad at? What the fuck are you mad at? What the fuck are you mad at? You took us through the underworld and back. That's what I'm saying. He saw it too. You saw me going through the underworld and didn't help at all. Didn't give me a fucking dollar. Well, like, but now that I don't need it, now that I don't, like now I'm like, oh well, what's the problem? Now it's kind of like people don't even they don't want to see you elevate. That's what I'm getting from that. Like, yo, so you just want me to stay in the underworld, huh? You just want me to stay in a position where I gotta ask you for something, and then you just hold the shit to yourself anyway. Like what are we doing here? You knew that I needed it, but then you didn't give it when I needed it. Now that I don't need it, now you got a problem with it. You can't win with these type of people. You can't win with these type of people. I was like, man, oh yeah, I got to come out of character on you. I'm like, all right, so how do you watch me for 8 years and you've seen it and you never helped? But then you get mad when I don't need it though. That's just very questionable to me. That's very questionable. It's questionable activity right there. That's questionable activity. So yeah, so that's what I'm like, yo, bro, like, don't even come back after that. Don't even show your face after that. Like, nah. You don't get to see me fucked up, and then when I'm like, all right, well, I appreciate everybody for tuning in, fucking with me. But now I'm about to make sure that I don't have to ask you. I don't have to ask anybody for anything. I don't have to beg for cash apps. I don't have to do none of these things no more. Because I made sure that I could put that work in, right? What's up, Becca? Salute to you. It's like, they fucking get mad at, like, you fucking mad at that shit. Talking crazy. What you see? That's just some sick ass shit, right? That's just some sick ass shit. That's how I look at it. That's sick. That's sick as fuck, man. That's sick as fuck, man. I gotta come out of character on you. That's sick as fuck, man. I gotta come out of character on you. Yeah, we don't need that energy up here at all, man. That's sick as fuck. You saw me struggling and probably was laughing at me. Probably was saying that I was dumb as fuck for doing what I was doing, right? Like, oh, why are you in the streets? You should help yourself, right? I know these type of people, right? Why? Because that's how everybody feel, right? When most people see homeless people, they just drive right past. They just walk right past. You try to ask anybody for anything, they probably looking at you like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with you? Get the fuck up and do something with your life. That's how the world treats you, right? That's how the world treats you, right? Maybe he has you on a pedestal. Nah. How do you have me on a pedestal, but you didn't help me when I needed to help? That's what I'm talking about. How do you put me on a pedestal, but you saw me go through pain and you did nothing to ease that pain, right? Couldn't even get a bottle of water from this person, right? Person would have saw me drove right past. That's what I'm saying. Thinks you're better than the job. Well, it's about funding the real operation. That's what the job is doing. The job is to fund the actual operation. That's what I'm saying. And what I mean by better than a job, I'm like, all right, well, I haven't had a job in almost 10 years. I've been putting in that work for almost 10 years. I've shown y'all the good, the bad, and the ugly for almost 10 years. Right? Don't trip, you got a loyal following. You earned your status. Windfalls will come unexpectedly because you have the pure heart. That's what I'm saying, you know? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying a job is the end all be all. All I'm saying is I have to show y'all the full story. I have to show y'all the completion of the cipher. I have to show y'all that I'm obligated to show y'all the whole cipher. I'm not just here to show you the underworld. Like the heavens don't exist. I need to show y'all the complete cipher. Right? You probably never imagined you getting a job, so it's surprising. It surprised me. If you would have asked me 45 days ago, like, oh, you getting a job? I'd be like, nah, I'm not doing that. If you would have asked me 45 days ago about a job, I'd be looking at you crazy too. I had to sober myself up. Right? I had to sober myself up. I had to get sober. I had to change my diet. That's what I'm saying. I'm not even the same person. But I had to show y'all that. That's the whole point. I'm like, yo, I completely changed. I am not the same person I was 45 days ago. So I completely understand. If you would have asked me that when I was still smoking weed, I'm like, I wouldn't even be able to pass a drug test to get a job. So I get it, right? So if you would have asked me, are you going to get a job? I'm like, I can't even pass the test. So I would have said no. So I get it. So I'm building my garden, going back to my job, need different types of income. Exactly, because, things need to be handled. And, we are adults, right? So, I mean, ain't nobody going to do shit for us, right? Parents is not obligated to do a motherfucking thing for you. Family is not obligated to do a motherfucking thing for you. So, that's what it comes down to, right? That's what it ultimately comes down to. And like I said, I don't particularly care about it. And what I mean by it, I don't particularly care about doing slave labor, working 60 hours a week. I don't particularly care about it. But I know, because of the occult, that things are not going to go like it would for everyone else. That's the whole point of me doing this. The whole point of me doing this is like, okay, I can apply everything I have learned for the last 10 years into the workforce or the work field, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I'm like, yo, I know how to apply this to the point where this shit is like this. It doesn't mean anything. Meaning, I don't need it. Like, it's, again, I know how to make 12 hours feel like 6. Told y'all that before. I know how to make 12 hours feel like 6. I know how to keep certain people's attitudes away from me. Like, I already know these techniques. So now I'm going to apply them. Now, do I need to apply them on a job? Like, that's the only way? No. And of course, again, I'm still here. Anybody who gets a service from me, you're still going to get your service fulfilled. So I'm not going anywhere. So that's my whole thing. You can say the job is more like a side hustle. That's the whole thing. Because as you see, when I get on here, this is not to make money. All right? I don't get on here expecting anybody to give me anything. That's not why I'm here. And in order to keep it that way, the income will come from different places. That way, I don't have to ask anybody for anything. So if anybody does give me something, it would be from your heart, and I appreciate that. But you wouldn't be giving it to me because you're like, okay, well, he kind of needs it. It wouldn't have to come from that place anymore. All right? Maybe it was that way years ago. but I'm supposed to show you more, right? That's the whole thing, right? I'm supposed to show you more. Let me show you the full story. Let me show you the full story. Basically, getting back to where I started. Because again, remember, I started on the angelic plane before I even went into the underworld. If you go back to my first videos, I started Prince Raziel. I started off as the Archangel. Before I became the Archdevil, before I became the Horn God, my first manifestation was the Archangel. So that's all I'm doing. I'm just taking it back full circle. That's all I'm doing here. I'm just taking it back full circle. Let me show you where I started. Because anybody who's only seen me in the underworld, that's not where I started. That was the journey. I'm like, okay, I need to show you the good, bad, and ugly. Because I know ain't nobody else gonna show you. That's why I keep saying, ain't nobody else gonna show you their dark side. Ain't nobody else gonna show you when they fucked up. They're not trying to get on camera and show you their situation. How many people do you know who's trying to do that when they're fucked up? When most people are fucked up, they ain't trying to get on camera. They don't want to be seen. They ain't trying to talk. I had to completely remove my ego to even do that. Something that person would have never, they would have never shown that when they was fucked up. That's how like I'm like, yo, you wouldn't even have done what I've done. You would have never showed yourself at your worst state. You would have never even put that on camera. You would have been too fucking embarrassed. That's why I look at that energy. I'm like, you wouldn't even have done that. And again, I know the wait, hold on. I need to put this on the charger. Hold on. That's the whole thing. Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me plug this charger in. Hold on. All right. So yeah, that's the whole thing right there. That's the whole thing. Most people would have been too embarrassed. Most people would have been too embarrassed to even show that part of themselves. I'm not the only one that went through it, right? I'm not the only one who's ever been through those struggles. But most people would never show that part of their life. I did because I had to move my ego, to be honest, to be truthful. Let me show you what everybody else is just unwilling to show. That's why I did it, because I knew that most people are unwilling to show or share that aspect of their life, especially when they're in those positions. They're not trying to get on camera and show a goddamn thing. They will be too embarrassed. But I'm like, for me, I'm like, that's exactly why I need to show it. Because this is what we don't get to see. We don't get to see people in those predicaments and then rise up out of it. We don't get to see it. We're to see them when they're back on top. Like, oh, where you been at? And they wouldn't even talking about it. They're not showing you like, okay, step by step, process after process. They're not even showing you that. So that's why I say it's like, who else do you know on YouTube who has documented that? Who has shown you the depths of their soul, the dark night of their soul? Who else has shown that? Or do you only see these people when they glowed up? when they're doing well. You never see these people when they're doing bad. They don't even make videos. You don't even see, they disappear off the scene. But not me. I didn't disappear. I stayed right with y'all. I kept showing up. What's up, S Hicks? Yeah, this is a live stream. I have to upgrade my technology. That's all. Because again, I'm just tired of all the glitching and all that. Y'all know what we be going through. We be going through all these glitches. I be trying to live stream. Again, here's the current phone, right? Got this little bitty phone. Just got to upgrade my technology. So, just going to hustle up, you know. These iPhones are not cheap, right? So I gotta get me a more powerful piece of technology so that we don't have to deal with all this madness. That's all. So I'm gonna just have to pay that $1,000 for that iPhone 14, and then I can continue to give y'all high quality content, even better quality content, and then we're gonna keep it going, right? I ain't going nowhere. So we just shut it down till I upgrade the technology. So that's the whole thing. So when you see me again, it's gonna be higher quality, a better quality. You will see me in a better situation, right? You see me in a goddamn closet right now, because again, I'm in the closet because, you know, this is just a more intimate space. I'm like, I'm tired of this being in the goddamn bed, laying down and shit. I'm like, I could just lay down in the fucking bed. I'm like, let me make it just a little bit more intimate, right? So that's all. So yeah, we all good. So I just have to make more investments into the technology, right? So that way I'm like, yo, we gonna have the best quality on YouTube. I'm just showing forth the power of 93, right? If we 93, we, you know what I mean? We should be working with the best. We should be showing forth the power. So that's all I'm doing, right? Like, let me show forth what we can really do. And I know it has to start with me. And it's not nobody else's responsibility but my own responsibility. Let me take it into my own hands. I'm not asking nobody for anything, right? Let me figure this out on my own, right? So boom, we're gonna get that iPhone 14. What's up, Tangela 93? We're gonna get that iPhone 14 and we're gonna come back in ultra high definition, not just high. I guess we're already in high definition with this, but ultra high definition, right? Will you do pre-recordeds? You know, probably different types of video though, like different types. You know, maybe a little ASMR, probably drop some music, you know. So yeah, I'll keep y'all entertained in the meantime. But of course, again, it just won't be live. So no, it just won't be live. But you know, yeah, exactly. Can't wait to see you in 4K. That's the whole thing. Yeah, we're gonna be in 4K. We're gonna come back in 4K. So I'm just doing what we gotta do, right? So I'm about to put in this work. So y'all gonna be able to see me in 4K, right? And then I can continue to give. And then, you know, I don't expect anything in return, right? That's my whole thing. My whole thing is to give without without expecting anything in return. I'm like, all right, well, it's not nobody else's responsibility, right? If I'm the voice, I need to make sure that the technology is up to par. And currently the technology is not up to par. So instead of me having to go through all these glitches and all these things, I'm like, let me just upgrade the technology, right? Let me stop taking y'all through this outdated ass technology, right? Because I'm like, at some point I can't just blame YouTube. I'm like, all right, well, I do have an older phone, not the phone I'm on now, but the phone that I usually live stream. And I done did hundreds of hours of live streams on this phone, so I'm like, the phone has served its purpose. Again, I've done about 100 hours of live stream on this, right? Served its purpose. So let me upgrade. Let me upgrade what we can really do. Would love to see the occult breakdown of the origins of hip hop. I've done that. I've done so many videos on the occult breakdown. Like I've done that video already many times. I've already taken y'all through the hip hop chambers. Would you consider yourself a master of ceremony? Well, yeah, I'm definitely a master of ceremony. Yeah, definitely. But not because I say so. It ain't because I say so. It's just because I am hip hop, like you are hip hop, right? But I'm hip hop for real, like you're hip hop for real. Like I lived the hip hop life like you lived the hip hop life, right? You know, this is not a game to us. Like we live and breathe this shit. We'll die for it. Like I'll die for it, but I'll live for it as well, right? And that's what I'm about, right? It's easy to say you would die for something, but will you live for something? Mercury sees doing a job free of charge as auspicious planetary karma. Yeah, most definitely. That's why I do what I do, right? That's why I come on here and do what I do, right? I come on here and I do these lives, and you see, I answer the questions. I give y'all access to me, and you see, y'all can ask me whatever y'all want. We can tap in, we can hang out. You know, I reveal the most intimate details of my life. Again, I didn't have to share any of this, right? I could have just fucking just did this without revealing it to nobody. I didn't even have to reveal that I'm doing any of this stuff, right? But I'm doing it because like we are one. Like so I'm gonna let y'all know what's going on. Right? I'm gonna let y'all know what's going on instead of just dipping out on you. I could have just dipped out and y'all just would have saw me the next time y'all saw me. I'm like, no, let me hit y'all with this final live stream before you see me in 4K. Right? So the next time you see me is gonna be in ultra high definition. And now you know why, right? Let me stack up my money, buy this iPhone 14, and we're good. Right? Let me handle all my other business, right? Then the next time y'all see me, you know, I'm gonna be in a whole different location. I'm not even gonna be in this location. I'm gonna be in a whole different location, right? Whole another spot. But you know, it's gonna be completely different. I'm putting in this work, so I can give y'all a lot more. Like I've been limited to what I've been able to do, right? But that's no longer the case. I'm gonna put in the work, so I'll be able to give y'all even more content, right? While working 60 hours a week. So on top of working 60 hours a week, I'm gonna still give y'all these live streams, also the pre-recorded. Then again, anybody buy any services, you're gonna get your services. So I'm just adding more dimensions, right? So I'm gonna still be doing what I'm doing. I'm just doing more in real time, right? So I'm gonna still do what I do. I'm just doing more. So that's what I'm doing in real time. Then in cyberspace, I'm still gonna show up. I'm gonna still show you all these dimensions, right? But now it's just my obligation to show you more. That sounds like Saturn when it comes to stacking. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly you're right on point with that. That's exactly what it is. That's definitely tapping into Saturn. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Because I had to tap into Saturn. Yeah, we talking about 60 hours, 48 to 60 hours a week. Just hard labor. Hard fucking labor, yeah. That's definitely Saturn. So that's why I'm like, yeah, let me show you Saturn. I didn't show y'all the other planets. Let me show you Saturn. Right? Let me show you Saturn. Right? This is what I'm saying. Like this. Yo, y'all just don't know. Y'all just don't know, man. Oh, y'all just don't know. I got so much to show y'all. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's funny. I'm just laughing. I'm just laughing. All right, because it's so many dimensions. Like it's so much more than I need to show y'all. That's why I'm making this sacrifice. That's also Saturn. It's sacrifice, right? Like let me make this sacrifice so I can really show y'all. Like I want to show y'all more of Vegas. I want to show y'all more of California. I want to show y'all more of Arizona, right? I'll be able to do all that. I'm like, yeah, let me stack up the appropriate bread, and I'll be able to show y'all all that, right? Sorry for digging in my nose. Right? I ain't trying to do that all in y'all face. That's what I'm saying. There's more dimensions. Like, I'm not done. I feel like I'm just getting started. There's more dimensions to be shown. There's more dimensions to be shown, right? I'm sure y'all definitely want to see me driving around. You know, the desert, California, the jungle, again, Arizona, maybe even Utah. Like, again, you know, all over this bitch. Y'all want to see me hopping on planes, hopping off planes, going all over this bitch. Passport, y'all want to see me with the passport going overseas. Y'all want to see all that, right? So I'm like, all right, well, all that's possible if I'm willing to make the sacrifice. And I'm willing to make the sacrifice. I'm like, yeah, there's more dimensions to be shown. There's a lot more that y'all need to see. Not just what y'all want to see, but there's a lot more dimensions. I'm like, yo, I done shown y'all the darkness. Now let me show you some light shit, right? But on the occult tip, not just traveling just for the sake of traveling. But let me show you the same thing I done showing y'all in the desert. I can show y'all all over the fucking planet. The planet has many occult secrets, right? And I'm certain I need to show y'all the fucking pyramids. Right? I need to take y'all to Egypt. I need to take y'all to Mexico with the ziggurats. I need to go above and beyond what your favorite content creator is showing you. Right? But I need to show and prove. Right? It is fuck all that talking. I'm like, yeah, let me show and prove this, right? Let me not just talk about it, let me show and prove. So let me show you the light, because I done already shown y'all the darkness. I done already shown y'all the depths. Now let me show you the other side. Let me complete the cipher. Because that's what y'all deserve. That's what 93 deserves. Y'all deserve to see all these things that nobody else is just going to show y'all because they're unwilling to go to these places. But I'm willing to go to these places because y'all already saw me go to places that other people were not willing to go anyway. So it's nothing new. So, and all these things are, in the very near future. So I'm not even talking about something that's going to take years, right? I'm not even talking, this is not going to take years. With the appropriate planning, with the appropriate execution, y'all be seeing these things rather quickly. All right, so that's why I'm just completing the cipher. We're just going back to where we started, which is being the archangel, right? Because what more do I really need to show y'all when it comes to the dark side, when it comes to the darkness, when it comes to the shadow, when it comes to the underworld? What more do I really need to show y'all that I haven't already covered? What have I not shown y'all? What am I missing? Right? If it's something, then let me know. Because if y'all feel like the cipher is complete, like yeah, we didn't see all we need to see now. We want to see we want to see more of the other side. Then that's what I need to give y'all. And I need to be willing to change and go through a metamorphosis to show y'all more of what y'all need to see instead of what I feel I want to show y'all. That's what I'm talking about, right? So what have I missed? Because anything I haven't showed y'all, I'm like, yo, I'll show y'all. Right? Because we still technically in the underworld right now. We still got to think about, we'll be in the underworld probably, what, like 30 more days. Well, we got 30 more days in the underworld, like 30 more days. Yeah, about 30 more days. Give myself about 30 more days before we transcend. We start going up the layers of hell, right? Cause we in the depths of hell, right? We on the night we in the ninth layer, right? We having direct conversations with Satan, with Lucifer, right? That's what we're doing. That's what we've been doing. We've been having direct conversations with the darkest of the dark. But again, Lucifer is a fallen angel, so Lucifer was out of heaven, right? But let me show you the full cipher of what Lucifer really is. Like, okay, well, let me climb out of the depths and, excuse me, go through that redemption. Yeah, we in the pit, exactly. And I didn't show y'all what it means to be in the pit. We done been in the pit for quite some time, right? We done been in the pit for quite some time. Like I said, just recently, fucking police was called and shit. I told you all about that. I done been getting out of character. Police has been called on me. Right, like, yeah, we really in a pit. I done had interactions with law enforcement. I mean, what more do y'all need to see? Y'all didn't see me get out of character. So yeah, we've been in these chambers, right? And then I showed y'all every time we prevailed. We prevailed. And then we're gonna prevail with everything we're doing. So that's what I'm showing you. I'm like, yeah, we didn't have interactions with law enforcement, but we didn't end up in jail now, did we? We didn't have situations where, things have turned completely left. We didn't figure it out, didn't we? That's why again, we didn't been in the pit. We didn't went through all of the levels of hell. I didn't show y'all. Again, shown y'all, not just talked about it. I've demonstrated. Just let that be clear. I've demonstrated it, right? I've demonstrated these levels of hell. And that's why I showed y'all again, but I had to remove my ego. So that's why I'm like, when we see the full story, so I'm like, I'm just getting started. I'm just getting started. We're just getting started here. So this is definitely a new beginning. And so yeah, I'll give it about 30 days, right? And again, I'll stop this at about 200 minutes because we're at 188 minutes. I'll stop it at about 120 minutes. Not 120, 200 minutes. Yeah, so I'll stop at about 200 minutes. All right. So if y'all got any more questions, definitely, let me know. So we'll shut it down in about a little over 10 minutes, about 10 minutes. Cause I think I didn't say everything I needed to say, right? So again, y'all got plenty of content. So if y'all want to go, if y'all want to trace y'all way back to the underworld, we didn't show and improve that. And again, unless I missed something, but I don't think we missed anything. Like that's what I said. Like yeah, if we take it back to 2018, I think that was the year right there. I think 2018 that was a year where that probably was the craziest year. 2018 probably was the craziest year. If we're just talking about underworld shit, if we're just talking about really being deep in these streets, and then we're speaking directly from the spirit type shit, that was definitely it. Yeah. So yeah, all you gotta do, go back to the 2018 videos and then hear me speak directly from the corner, right? I think those were like the best revelations. And then also when I went to Devil's Gate, those in California, those are some good revelations. When I went to New York, 2017, those are some good revelations. Oh man, sorry about that. And I've been tired all day, doing fucking paperwork and shit. But again, I just learned today that I had passed the drug test. I just took that shit yesterday. And they say, well, it's gonna take about 5 days. It's gonna take about 5 days for us to get the results. Then I get the results in less than 24 hours. Like, okay, you passed it. I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, damn, it really ain't no THC in my body. Because I wasn't sure. Again, all this is recent. I just stopped smoking. I just stopped smoking like 30 days ago. Right? I'm like, god damn. Like that THC got the fuck up out of me real quick. Oh man, see, I'm starting to feel the heaviness now. So yeah. But I was only able to do it because you know I wanted to demonstrate to y'all. I wanted to demonstrate to y'all I didn't want to talk. I'm like, yeah, let me report live from the streets. Let me show you what this shit is really about. Let me take my ego out of it and show you, what it means to really be in the underworld, what it really means to be dark but righteous. And that's what I mean, because Lucifer is a fallen angel, so that means Lucifer has angelic qualities. So that means Lucifer is righteous, right? You only become Satan when you lose your righteousness. Now everything is about, now you're just trying to destroy and murder and kill and do all this madness, right? We was never on that level, right? I was never talking like that. Like, okay, well, we just got to be on that type of time. It never got to that level. Y'all never seen me just completely lose myself. That's why I demonstrated you can be in these positions and still know who you are. That's why I wanted to demonstrate these things to you. Because who else is gonna do that like us? We are at the bottom and we are at the bottom of the bottom. We are at the lowest of the low. But we still are righteous. We're still not gonna do certain things. Right? We're not gonna become a thief. We're not gonna start breaking into people's houses. We're not gonna start lying. We're not gonna start panhandling. Right? We're not doing any of that, right? We're not going to get on hard drugs and synthetic drugs. It never got to that point because I wanted to demonstrate that, okay, just because you may be in the worst position of your life, that don't mean you're just about to fall victim. Because a lot of times that is what we do see. When we do see people in the streets, you see people going through vices, right? They got habits that they never let go or they develop new habits. That was not the case. Y'all didn't see me smoking no goddamn crack. No fucking cocaine and heroin and shit. Y'all didn't see me ever go that far with it because, again, we never lost sense of who we actually was. That's why I continue to show up and then give you the wisdom. I'm like, yeah, I'm out here, but I'm still learning things. I'm still traveling all over the place. I'm still picking up on things that I feel is useful and valuable. That's why I continue to show up and show forth. You can be righteous. Even when you at the darkest point of your life, you can still be righteous. Because eventually you know that you will rise. If you really are Lucifer, you will begin to rise. It may not be today, it may not be tomorrow, but you will rise. You will elevate if you stay dedicated to who you are. All right? Any thoughts on language learning and freedom of the soul? I guess that's what we've been talking about. Freedom of the soul is just knowing that your soul has many different degrees and knowing that your soul is dual. Like when we talk about the soul, that includes your angel and your demon, you can say, right? Your soul isn't just the higher qualities, it's also your lower qualities, right? That's why they call it the dark night of the soul. Everybody has to go through a dark night of the soul where your shadow or your demon comes out of you and you have to accept it because it's not going anywhere. It's either going to be your friend or your enemy. You have to make a decision. Like, is this going to be around? You can't, you can't exercise it out. You can't go through an exorcism because everybody has a Kareen, which is a personal jinn. Everyone's a personal jinn. And a jinn can either be righteous or malevolent. There we go, malevolent. It's up to you to decide the nature of your own Kareen. And when we're talking about learning language, that's also the job of the spirit. If you read the attributes of spirits, there are certain spirits that you can work with that help you to learn different languages. So it ain't just something that you just gotta read a book to do. That's also something that can be accomplished with spiritual work by summoning entities, by forging seals, right? Because I wouldn't recommend doing it the traditional way because that's not how we work. Now, if we were a different type of person, see, people's minds work, like, depending on your culture, different people have different minds. Some people are just fully intellectual. So they can do it. They can do it. Like, it's not easy. Well, it's not hard for them to learn language. Some people, it comes naturally to them. If you are a person that doesn't come natural, like, you try to take like I tried to take a Spanish course in high school, right? That shit didn't do nothing. That shit, nah, it didn't work for me, right? Then some people take language courses in college, right? See, those paths may not work for you. You may need to go through the spirit, and also freeing your soul. The reason why the soul is trapped is because we haven't accepted it. Again, that's why I say, for me, you know, I had to do fucking pornography. That's why I keep saying this shit, right? A part of my soul wanted to be a porn star. There's a part of me that, like, you know what? You're a fucking porn star. You have that ability. If that's a direction you wanted to walk down, you could. And it's still there. I'm like, while I'm doing this fucking YouTube, I could have been doing fucking pornography. And that could have been a whole different source of income. It's still an option as well. That's a part of my fucking soul. I'm like, all right, I can pretend like it's not, but it is. So, I have, excuse me, this energy just getting heavy at this point. Hold on. That's why I keep saying that. That's a part of me. I had to accept it. I can try to deny it, like, oh, okay, I'm just going to go this way. Okay. Nope. I'm gonna do the fucking porn because I know there's a part of me that wants to do that. So instead of denying that, I got a whole bunch of pornography. That's just sitting in my goddamn phone, or it's sitting in the iCloud, whatever you want to say, right? It's a whole bunch of fucking porn that I did because that was just a part of me. My soul just needed to get that part out here, do that. So I did it for my soul. It ain't that it will ever be uploaded. I might upload it, I might not upload it, but it's there because it was just a part of me. It needed to be done, right? So that's just an example of is that something I'm just going to continue to deny, or is that something that just needs to be expressed so that it can satisfy that itch? So I needed to satisfy the itch, and that's what I did. So that what the desire isn't really there, cause like I did it, and I'm like, if that's a direction I want to go down, it's already there. Like, all right, I got hundreds of pieces of pornography that I just did, just hundreds of pieces. Whenever I'm ready to upload them, it's just there to go. And if I decided just to keep them private, it's keep them private. But I had to do it. And if there is anything else that the soul like, I need to do that, I'm gonna do that too. Whatever that is, whatever the soul desires, I'm gonna do it. Whether it becomes public or whether it becomes private, I'm getting it done. Right? I'm not just about to deny myself. I'm not gonna try to logically explain why that desire is there. That's what I learned. I'm like, I'm not doing that. Because I could like, why is that there? Is there a problem with me? Maybe I need to figure that out. I'm like, nope. Let me figure that out later. Let me get that desire out. Keep it moving, all right? When I do energy work, my body moves on its own, and sometimes I end up doing martial art forms and stuff. What's your experience with this, and am I on the right track? Here, give me a second. Yeah, because that's already in you. That's a part of you. And that just goes back to what I was saying before. We all have past lives, right? We all have past lives. And when you do energy work, which is just chakra work, right? That's just you opening up your chakras. And your chakras, you could say, are the oldest parts of you because they're not physical. So they're attached to your energy bodies. which are older than your physical bodies, that predate your physical bodies. So that's why when we do things, spiritual things and occult things, which is why you do spiritual things and occult things, because you are learning the fullness of who and what you are. So in a past life, you very well may have been a martial artist of some form. Obviously, that's not just coming to you for no reason. That's a part of you that you're just not familiar with in this current life. And so the way for you to become familiar with it is to engage in energy work, meditation, astral travel, going into a trance state, so that you can learn the depths of who and what you are, which we all have. We all have depths that are left unexplored because of who we think we are based on this life. Do not define yourself by what you have been through in this life. That's the biggest mistake we make. Just because we may come from the hood, or we may come from the suburbs, we may come from the middle class, or we may come from the upper middle class, or the upper echelons. That doesn't define who and what you are. Right? You must fully explore who and what you are, because it goes way beyond this life. That's what karma is. The reason why you even incarnated into this life is based on your past life. It's based on your karma. So to even understand why you are even in this life at all, why you incarnated into the particular state you incarnated in, you have to dig into your past life. Meaning there's a reason why I'm even interested in the occult. That ain't just because of what I've been through in this life. Because if you look at everything I've been through in this life, this shit doesn't add up. I wasn't supposed to be an occultist if you just look at how I was born, and because nobody in my family was doing anything close to this. And still to this day. So this don't have nothing to do with what went down in my physical life, because there is no evidence. Because we all would be fucking occultists. It wouldn't just be me. So that just lets you know right there, like, all right, well, I don't have a family of occultists. I would just something I made the decision to do and be on my own. So that has everything to do with my past life karma. So that's the whole purpose of dealing with the occult and opening up yourself to the occult or spirituality, whatever you would like to call it. Because that's for you to understand the fullness of your soul, which predates this life. You have to understand your karma. You have to understand your karma. That's really what spiritual work is. Real spiritual work, or as we call it, the great work. Real spiritual work or the great work is for you to understand your own karma. Because when you understand your own karma, that's going to let you know how you got here, why you're here, and also where you're going. What did you come here to accomplish? Otherwise known as the North Node and the South Node in astrology. You want to know where you're going? Look towards your North Node. You want to know where you came from? Look towards your South Node. So that's what that means, right? So you must understand your karma, right? I'm finally using what is that? The Pimsleur app right now for Haitian Creole, better than any physical class in my opinion. I agree. These applications and technology make it a lot easier. I agree with that. Definitely technology makes it a lot easier for you to learn language. Definitely. Instead of going the traditional route. So I completely agree with that. One morning I woke up and started doing different stretches at random I've never done before. You have done it before, you just don't remember. You may have had a dream, and the dream reminded you of something that predates your physical life. And then you had an awakening. How do I know that? Because that's what happened to me. Meaning, I had a dream about my grandfather that then I drew. But, you know, and I showed y'all the art before. It's like, it's not on my phone now. But it may be on the tablet though. It's on the tablet. But I didn't show y'all. I woke up and then I drew something I never drew before. On the wall, which I've never done before. Like, who just wakes up and start drawing on their wall? I just woke up and literally just started drawing on the wall. And I didn't even know what I was drawing until after it was done. And I've never done that before. I've never drew on the wall. And I never drawn nothing like that before. I just was inclined to do it after waking up and having a dream about my grandfather. I didn't even know I was capable of doing that. Wait, let me see if I can show you for those who may not have seen what I'm talking about. I believe it's on the iPad. Hold on. Let me go grab it just in case. Just in case. Cause I know everybody hasn't been around that long, right? So let me show you what I'm talking about. Give me 1 second. Let me go grab the pad. Let me go grab the pad. I'll show y'all just in case. 1 second. Oh, oh man, hold on. All right, for those who haven't seen it, let me see if I can quickly find this. All right, here we go. All right, there it is. All right, so just imagine waking up from a dream, and then you just draw something like that on the wall. Something you've never did before. Right, so I just woke up from a dream and I just drew that right on the wall. Didn't know what I was doing until after it was done. Then when I showed somebody that, they're like, oh shit, that looks like a map of Atlantis. That's the definition I got from that. I just called it map of Atlantis. But again, that's something I never did before, nothing I trained to do. That just literally came out of me after a dream. So, and you know, I got ridiculous amounts of art. Ridiculous amounts of art. It's ridiculous. Hold on. But anyway, I don't have to go through all this stuff. Just showing y'all some evidence. Things that you just wake up. You just wake up and do unexpectedly. I wonder how to explore the subconscious when things like that happen. you just have to develop your relationship with spirit. You know, first you have to identify what spirit you are, right? So that's the first step. So if you don't know what spirit you are, you have to identify yourself. Meaning, so if you want to go into the depths of your subconscious, you must identify the spirit you are. That's exactly what I had to do with Asha Renu. Asha Renu was me just identifying who I already was, right? And again, Asha Renu just means, Amun Asha Renu just means the horn god. So it's no coincidence why I'm always talking about devil shit in the underworld and all this satanic and witchcraft and all the things that people hate. But that's just the nature. I had to go into these depths, I have to go into these chambers because I have to understand the fullness of who and what I am. And then when I realized, okay, well, all of this stuff is not nice, all of this stuff is not friendly. See, I didn't realize that I didn't realize that till later. Meaning, when I began to study things like Aleister Crowley, I didn't realize that people found him to be very distasteful. I didn't realize that till later. Right? I didn't realize that till I'm like, oh, people really don't fuck with this person. Oh, the world felt like he was the wickedest man on earth. But that's not how I was introduced to him. I was introduced to him by his tarot deck, which I found to be very brilliant. It helped me to understand a lot of things just studying the tarot, just studying the Book of Thoth. It wasn't until later on that I realized that, like, oh, this is not something that most people agree with, right? But that was not my introduction. So that's why even when I began to see other people's perspective of him, it didn't change my perspective. I'm like, yo, that very well may be the case, but that doesn't change what it has done for me. So I'm just gonna stick with it because I know what it has done for me. I know how it has woken me up to many things that I otherwise would have never known. This has helped me explore my darkness, my dark side. 93, aka the Lima, has helped me to comprehend my own darkness. Because if I remove the 93, if I remove the Thelema, then I'm like, I don't know how I would have ever even understood what it means to be the horn god. I would have never been able to articulate that because how the fuck would I? Because most people are religious. Who the fuck is going to tell me what the horn god is or who the horn god is? Especially now where that energy has been completely removed from the psyche of most people. When I say the horn god, that's not like, okay, yeah, we know exactly who that is. That's not even something in the average person's vocabulary. So the only way for me to even comprehend that, I had to go back to older literature. So that's why, like the Lima came out in 1904. The reason why I study that stuff, because I'm like, yo, that's how far I had to go back to even understand who and what I was. I couldn't read modern literature. Modern literature is not going to tell you about the horn god. So I had to go back to a time where that was already understood. So it just so happened to be Aleister Crowley. It just so happened to be Thelema. It just so happened to be 93. So again, it wasn't me. I didn't become a part of this just trying to be some type of badass. That was when I acknowledged who and what I was. Then when I wanted to research further and deeper as to why I even resonate with this energy. Because I realized I resonate with this energy, but I didn't completely understand why. So as I was doing my own research, I had to come across literature, which helped me to comprehend myself. I'm like, damn, and I'm like, yo, this really ain't really acknowledged by most people. That's why I don't call myself a spiritualist. Spiritualists don't acknowledge the horn god. They may acknowledge the goddess. They may acknowledge the triple goddess. They may acknowledge the divine mother or the divine feminine, but they ain't really trying to show no love to the horn god. So that's why I'm like, okay, this is definitely something not mainstream, because this is not even mentioned in the mainstream. I gotta go back to literature that's over 100 years old to even get an idea of what this is talking about. And that's when I was introduced to like the Baphomet. I'm like, oh, okay, horn god, so that's taking me to the Baphomet. Like, okay. And then, I appreciate that drawing. Ashe, that drawing is what truly opened me up. I'm like, oh, this is something more than the surface. I'm like, oh, I see what this is. It helped me to comprehend myself. And that's exactly what we're here to do. So, of course, I'm just explaining my own path. Some of your paths may be a lot lighter. So you just have to identify who you are. That's what the spirit is here to do. That's why we have mythology. We have mythology so that you can identify yourself. That's why everybody has a favorite superhero. Everybody has a favorite cartoon. You have a favorite video game, whatever it is that you were into. Everyone has a favorite. And there's a reason why you have a favorite, because that favorite reminds you of something you already are. You may not know why, but it is a reminder. Right? So once you understand that, oh, everything that I resonate with reminds me of something older than my current life. Right? That's what it is. I was creating chaos with the drawing. And yeah, that 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 was a changing point. That's when I began to get deeper into the tarot. That's when I began to realize, like, okay, I need to know every dimension of the tarot. I need to, like, that's when I began to take seriously, like, the 36 deacons. Because before that, I only knew the tarot on the surface. I didn't know about the 36 deacons. Right? I'm like, oh, the tarot is more than just these cards. These are astrological points. I'm like, oh, I need to memorize this. That's when I began to memorize the 36 deacons. That's when I began to see the tarot as a tool going beyond fortune telling. I'm like, okay, this is not just a tool of fortune telling. This is for you to unlock your own consciousness. We use the tarot to unlock our own consciousness. All of the deities are in the tarot. The horn god, the Baphomet, is just a devil card. It's already there. Whatever deity you resonate is already in the tarot. Then, once you identify yourself in the major arcana, then the minor arcana helps you to clarify who and what you are. So in my example, like, okay, well, I identify as a devil in the tarot. Well, the devil is Capricorn. You go to the minor arcana, Capricorn is a 2, 3, and a 4 of disc, or pentacles, or coins, depending on what tarot deck. So I'm like, okay, in the minor arcana, it's for me to master the 2, 3, and 4 of disc. So I'm like, I need to memorize those attributes. Like, okay, well, the 2 is Capricorn being influenced by Jupiter. The 3 is Capricorn being influenced by Mars. 4 is Capricorn being influenced by the Sun. So that's what the 36 deacons help you to comprehend. Like, now you can comprehend, like, oh, yes, it's all Capricorn, or whatever zodiac sign it is, but it helps you to understand how the individual planets influence the zodiacs. Then basically you realize that, oh, every planet has at least 5 cards. What I mean by that is, see, this is how you really know if you know the tarot. Like, if I was to ask a person, well, what's all of the sun cards in the tarot? How many people do you think would be able to answer that question? Like, what do you mean also? Like, name all of the cards that the sun is influencing. So as I just said, the sun influences the 4 of disc. But what other cards do we see the sun? And each planet of the 7 planets from the sun to Saturn, they all have at least 5 cards. It's either 4 or 5 cards. Which then helps you to realize how each planet really manifests its powers. Like, oh, this shit is way deeper than I realized. This is how you are able to comprehend more. For example, so not only does the sun influence the 4 of disc, then the sun also influences the 3 of wands. Like, basically, the sun is found in every suit. And the wands, the cups, the swords, and the disc. So, for example, I just named a wand. Well, what about the cups? Oh, that's right, we find the sun in the 6 of cups. So the sun influences the 3 of wands. It also influences the 6 of cups. Well, what does the sun influence in the swords? Well, if we go through all of the swords, and again, I'm just doing all this off of memory, then the swords, the sun influences, let me make sure that I said the proper card here. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. I'm not sure if it's any swords. Is it any swords? That's the moon. Okay, 6 of swords. No, I don't think it's any swords. Let me just go through them. Because the 2 of swords is influenced by the moon. The 3 of swords is influenced by Saturn. The 4 of swords is influenced by Jupiter. Then the 5 of swords. The 5 of swords is influenced by, because that's Venus. Then the 6 of swords is influenced by the moon. The 7 of swords is influenced by the moon. Then the 8 of swords is influenced by Jupiter. The 9 of swords is influenced by Mars. Okay, yeah, it's the 10 of swords. Okay, the sun, yes, the sun is influenced by the 10 of swords. The 10 of swords is influenced by the sun. All right, yeah, so the sun is found in the 10 of swords. Then the sun is also found, again, in the 4 of disc. Then the sun is also in another suit of disc as well. Let me see. So then the sun influences the 4. Then the sun also influences the 8 of disc. So the sun influences the 4 and the 8 of disc. That's 2. The sun influences the 10 of swords. That's 3. The sun influences the 6 of cups. That's 4. And the sun influences the 3 of wands. That's 5. All right, there we go. So the sun influences those 5 cards. So that's just a little exercise you can do. When you want to, if you really want to know if you know the tarot, you can identify each of the cards that each planet influences, and that gives you a great idea about the nature of each planet. When you know what cards that each planet influences, that gives you a grand understanding of the nature of the planet itself, right? So that's just a quick little exercise. But you see, like I had to even go through the degrees. I just wanted to make sure 'Cause, you know, sometimes you just need to reiterate it. But yeah, moving on. Because again, that's just the 36 deacons. Because again, that helps you to understand you. And that's, I'm just letting it be known, this goes beyond just you reading or fortune telling. You're just trying to see what's going on right now or what's going on yesterday, what's going on tomorrow. No, this helps you to comprehend who and what you are when you can identify what spirit you resonate with or what major arcana you resonate with. Then the minor arcana gives you even more detail. So if I go back to my experience, okay, well, if I identify as a devil, that means I must master. It's for me to master the 2, 3, and the 4 of disc. The 2, 3, and 4 of disc, that's change, that's works, and that's power. The 2 of disc is change, Capricorn influenced by Jupiter. The 3 of disc is works, Capricorn influenced by Mars. And the 4 of disc is power, which is Capricorn influenced by the Sun. So the 3 planets that's for me to master is the Sun, Jupiter, and Mars. Because they all influence the nature of Capricorn. So if we go back to the major arcana, so we already know Capricorn is the devil card. Well, the Sun is the Sun card. Mars is the Tower. Jupiter is fortune. So that means the 2 of disc is a combination of the devil and fortune. The devil's fortune, aka the devil's blessing. So that made me realize, I'm like, okay, well, it's not just God that gives blessings. The devil also gives blessings because that's the devil's fortune. That's the 2 of disc. Fortune of the devil. Well, how do you gain the favor or the fortune of the devil? Then you see, so this is what I mean. The tarot this forces you to ask these questions that you're not going to get just by doing readings for people. You're trying to figure out, okay, well, why is that? Why is the 2 of disc the devil's fortune? Why is that? And how do I access that? Because I identify as that. So do you see you can contemplate on these questions, and then it gives you those answers. Because you see, you got to take it inside of yourself. Then you got to pull out the wisdom from inside yourself. So you see, I'm doing all this without a tarot deck because you are the tarot. That's the whole reason why you memorize it, because you realize, okay, I already got all this within me. So you see, I'm pulling all this straight out of my out of my memory. You see, I didn't have to pick up the tarot deck. But that's the part you get to, because you realize, okay, this has nothing to do with giving a reading. This has everything to do with you asking yourself the right questions so that you can arrive at answers that nobody else can help you arrive at, right? Then you go to the 3. The 3 is the Tower, the devil in the tower. Now, that's the devil's tower. So you go from the devil's fortune or fortune of the devil to the devil's tower. So I'm like, oh, then you're like, okay, well, what's that? What is the tower of the devil? Then, of course, you know, the first thing you think about is the Tower of Babel in the Bible. Because we were talking about language, right? You know how the world was separated by languages. So then you begin to contemplate on these things. I'm like, oh, okay, the devil's tower. That's what separated the world into different languages. That's why we all don't speak one language. We all speak different languages. So even that has something to do with the frequency of Capricorn. Because a tower, when you look at the energy of the tower, that's, you know, a tower being struck by a lightning bolt, right? So that's the destruction. It represents the energy of destruction or separation, right? That's the energy of separation. So then that helps us to understand, like, okay, well, Capricorn, also Saturn, is the energy of separation. Especially in alchemy, that's the energy of separation. So that helps you to understand, okay, that's not something that's not supposed to happen. There's actually a science behind that. There's a science behind why we are all separated by a language barrier. This wasn't supposed to happen. There's a reason why we're separated by language. There's a reason why we're separated by culture. There's a reason for that. And once you understand that reason, then you can begin to, you can say, start to learn the different cultures and the different languages, because you must first understand why we are separated in order to start to bring the pieces back together, meaning there's a reason why the pieces are shattered all over the planet in the form of languages. So if you're trying to reconstruct the tower, you must understand why it was separated in the first place. Because once you understand the reason it was separated in the first place, then you can reassemble it in a way that makes sense to you. Meaning there's a reason why you're drawn to certain languages and other languages just seem completely foreign to you. So then you have to realize, like, for example, for me, it was Hebrew. Right? So when I began to learn Hebrew, especially, and like, oh, I see why it's connected to the tarot. So it was relatively easy. So that wasn't necessarily something that was hard for me to synchronize. I'm like, oh, okay, I see why this is necessary to learn this magical alphabet. Because that's the introduction to learning the other alphabets. So, because once you got the Hebrew on lock, and then you realize all the magical components of the Hebrew, then you understand, like, oh, all of these languages are magical alphabets. They are more than what we think they are. That's the same thing with numbers. Numbers are more than just 1 + 1 = 2. Numbers are states of consciousness that you can tap into. So letters are states of consciousness. That's what the supreme mathematics and the supreme alphabet shows you. It shows you the depth behind what we take for granted, what we're only looking at on a surface level. Right? So that was the 3 of this. Then we get to the 4 of this, which is the devil and the sun. And that's when we talk about Lucifer, because the devil is really Lucifer. So once the devil goes to the 4 of this, which is the last degree, now that's Lucifer regaining that light, the light of the torch, that angelic light. And that's how you obtain power once you realize, okay, oh, Lucifer is, even though Lucifer is in the underworld, Lucifer truly belongs in the angelic world. So you have to elevate it back to the angelic world. And that's all I've been talking about this whole video. I'm like, I didn't show y'all the underworld. But the true nature of Lucifer is angelic. That's the 4 disc. That's Capricorn being influenced by the sun, which is that angelic light, right? It's natural. So it's not something unnatural, it's actually natural. So that's what I'm talking. So that you see how the tarot is way deeper than what most people realize. I'm just giving you a quick example of that. This is what I have discovered on my own. And you see, that's just 3 cards. That's just me identifying, okay, I am the devil, but then the 4 of this tells you, like, okay, well, the devil actually, the highest chamber of that is Lucifer, who is the torchbearer. The torchbearer comes from the light of the sun. That's the 4 of disc. And that's the true power. That's what a 4 of disc is labeled power. Because Lucifer's true light has to come from the angelic world. So Lucifer has to evolve past the underworld, past the hellish realms, to the heavenly realms where he comes from. Have to go back to where he came from, or back to where she came from. It ain't even about gender, right? Because, you know, the demons and the angels go beyond gender. So that's, but you see, can't nobody tell you that. That may not be something you can find in a book, but you can find it in the tarot. That's what the tarot is called, the Book of Thoth. So you see, that's why I'm not on here just recommending a bunch of books. I'm always telling you, memorize the occult. Because the same thing I just did, you have the ability to do, and that's going to teach you way more than a book can teach you, because now you're pulling the wisdom from inside of yourself and you're pulling it outward. That's how we're supposed to educate ourselves. That's what true education is, and that's how we become wise. But that's just my example. You will come to different conclusions based on the energies that you resonate with. because that's going to take you to the cards. Then you are able to contemplate and ask yourself those questions that you're not going to find in books, that you're not going to be asked by other people unless they know the tarot as well. But that's why I say most tarot readers don't even know the tarot that in depth. They would not have been able to explain that the way I just did, because you're not going to be able to explain that just by drawing cards, just trying to figure out what's going on in somebody else's life, what's going on in your own life. This helps you to comprehend your soul. This is going beyond time. Because the reason why you resonate with a certain energy goes beyond time. It has nothing to do with any event that occurred in your life. We get overly attached to events. We get overly we get overly attached to events. We're not made based off of events. We are made off of our memory. That's why you resonate with the particular major arcana card that you resonate with in the first place. This has nothing to do with because you had a hard life or an easy life or anything in between. This has everything to do with who you are beyond this life. This life is just an illusion. But it becomes a reality once you understand your own consciousness. You must understand why you're here, why you are karmically bound to this particular body at this particular time in this particular state. Only then can you begin to retrace your steps. Like, oh, okay, how did I get here? Once you understand how you got here, then you understand, okay, you understand the present. When you understand the past, you understand the present. Then you can look towards the future as well. Okay, I see what's going on. So I had to acknowledge myself as the duty is to get back to heaven, angelic state. That's turning lead to gold. That's the true alchemy. The true alchemy is you find yourself in hell and you are able to reemerge as your true self. So that's why, again, that's why I wanted to document the journey to show forth. It doesn't matter where you may be or where you may find yourself. You have to understand your story. So if my story is the story of the devil, aka Lucifer, that means the cycle is complete until I get back into the angelic worlds. So that's why I say, like, I can show y'all the underworld all day, every day, but to say that that's the complete cipher, or that's the end all be all, that wouldn't be the case. That would be me not comprehending and understanding what I'm here to do. So I'm here to show you the underworld because that's where I found myself. But then you realize, okay, there's more to the piece. There's more to the puzzles. I need to recalibrate the Tower of Babel. But then I need to understand the devil's blessings, the devil's fortune. Like, oh, you gotta be favored, or you have to be fortunate enough to comprehend your own darkness. Because that's all the devil's gonna influence you to do, is to learn your own history, your own darkness as well as your light. But you learn the darkness first. Then you comprehend the light. Because if you don't comprehend the dark and you're just light, then you end up like most people who are just overly egotistical, who just, just the only thing that matters is God, 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 God. And that's the end all be all. The cipher is incomplete. But you don't fall into those traps because your cipher becomes complete because you understood. I'm learning Enochian right now. Who put Enochian on the map? Alright. Who was the first one to put Enochian on the map? Because you say you learning it well. What is the source of Enochian? Right? What is the source? Who was the one that brought that to the light? And then why did they bring it to the light? Right? Just to see if you know, right? Because there's a lot of people who run into these things. It was Kelly and John D. And why did they bring it? to the map? Or why did they bring it forth? So we identified who it was. So why did they do it? Why was Enochian chosen and not a different language? Why was it Enochian? Again, I'm just asking questions that nobody else is going to ask. But these are the type of questions that need to be answered in order for you to comprehend why you're doing what you're doing. So that you don't get caught up into all the extra nonsense, right? Why was the Enochian alphabet chosen and not another alphabet? Because there's many alphabets out there, magical alphabets. But why was that alphabet in particular chosen? All right? And then who picked it up after Kelly and John D? So John D and Kelly, they materialized it, but then who picked it up and took it to the next level? All right? So who took it to the next level? Who looked at their research and then took it to the next level? Because they noticed something about that particular alphabet and how useful it was. What made it useful to the next person? Right? And again, I'm not saying that you know the answer to these questions. I'm just throwing the questions out there so that you have a comprehension of what you're doing with it or why you're drawn to it in the first place. Because that will help you understand why you're drawn to it in the first place. There is a reason why you're drawn to that particular language and not a different type, right? Which is always the case. Whatever magical language or alphabet you're drawn to, there's a reason why you're drawn to that and why you're not drawn to a different one. There's always a reason why your spirit resonates with that particular vibration. All right. Which again, you may not just know right off the bat, but these are just questions that you should ask yourself so that you can contemplate a lot deeper on these things. All right. Because it's a pretty advanced language. It's not necessarily something for a beginner, especially when you are familiar with the type of spells that had to be conducted with that language. When you see how elaborate, when you look at those magical tables and when you look at how elaborate those rituals was, there's a reason for that. All right. So that's definitely nothing simple about the Enochian alphabet. Especially again when you look at how it was utilized. People still ain't figured it out, honestly. Like for example, for y'all, let me show you an example of what I'm talking about here. For example, this is an example of Enochian magic. So when you look at how elaborate that is, where there's a name for each corner, each dimension, wherever you see writing, that's the name of an angel. So you see there's nothing simple about that. Let me show you a different example. It's a different example with color. So as you see, there's nothing simple about that. It's very elaborate. Enochian magic is very elaborate, right? Not really for beginners. So every time you're looking at Enochian magic, there's nothing simple about that. So if you find yourself drawn to that, there's definitely a reason. Because you're drawn to a very advanced form of magic. Alright, just give you an example there. Again, just giving you some things to contemplate on. So yeah, I know I was supposed to be done with this. So, but I'll stop at 250. So unless anybody has any more questions, we'll shut it down in about 3 minutes. We'll shut it down. Enochian could be considered high magic, ceremonial magic. It is high magic. It is high magic. So yeah, it's not that it can be considered high magic. It is high magic. That's why it's so elaborate. That is high magic. That is ceremonial magic. That's why it's as intricate as it is. All right. So that's why I asked the question, why was the Enochian alphabet chosen for that purpose? What makes the Enochian alphabet high magic or ceremonial magic? What is it about the Enochian alphabet that qualifies it to be high magic? Why was that chosen by Kelly and John D? Why does that alphabet fulfill what they were trying to open up, the portals and the gates that they were trying to open up? Why does that alphabet fulfill those requirements and not a different alphabet? What is it about the Enochian alphabet that makes it high magic? And again, I'm not saying that that you have the answers to these things. Just throwing it out there. All right? Appreciate you, Asha. Salute to you. The angels gave it to them when they scribed. Yes, we understand that the angels gave it to them. What I'm asking is, what is it about the Enochian magic or the Enochian alphabet that qualifies it as high magic? All right? What is it about the Enochian alphabet? So you can say every alphabet came from angels. No, none of these alphabets came from man. All these alphabets were channeled. They say the same thing about the Hebrew alphabet. So none of these alphabets were just channeled or just somebody cooked it up in their own mind. They had to receive. And that's for every alphabet. Every alphabet was received. But what is it about the Enochian alphabet that makes it high magic? So no, it's not just because it came from angels. It's a particular reason. Well, why did the angels give them the? Or I can just ask that. Why did the angels give them the Enochian alphabet and not another alphabet? Why was it important that the angels gave them the Enochian alphabet? I can't remember who was after them. Who was after them was Aleister Crowley. I'll just give you, that's the answer. Aleister Crowley then picked it up and took it to the next level. There you go. So he wrote a whole treatise on it. I'm taking a guess by saying the alphabet has certain corresponding powers and alignments to certain universal concepts so that they can interact with the world differently. Now, was that their goal? I mean, did when they were channeling, was it their goal to receive that type of alphabet? Or is that just what occurred? Because when we go back to the alphabet was given to them by the angels, So if it was given to them by the angels, does that mean that that's what they were looking for? They were looking for those corresponding powers and those universal concepts, or it just so happened to, that's just what they figured out over time after working with the alphabet. They figured that out over time. But was that the intention? Because if we know it came from the angels, the Quran also came from an angel. It came from Archangel Jibril. So if the Quran came from Archangel Jibril, that means Arabic also came from the angels too. Because Arabic don't exist before the Quran. You're not going to find no example of Arabic before the Quran was given to Prophet Muhammad. So you can say Arabic also came from the angels as well. So that's why I say you can say any alphabet came from the angels. And for whatever reason, they all tend to correspond, just like the Hebrew alphabet corresponds with the 22 major arcana. You can say it's the same for the Enochian alphabet in terms of, we know that it corresponds, but the Hebrew alphabet does the same thing. However, with the Hebrew, we don't find those elaborate puzzles with all of these angels. So what was it about the Enochian alphabet that required such complex rituals? Because again, you also have the Hebrew alphabet, but you see the Hebrew alphabet has been simplified. We can just connect it to tarot cards. But when it comes to the Enochian alphabet, why did it require such elaborate puzzles? Was it that alphabet was just that advanced? Or was it something else? And why would Crowley have an interest in it? In other words, why did Crowley use it? So we know that it came from the angels. What did Crowley use it for? Because I get that pretty much answers it, like without you going too deep into the puzzle. What use did Crowley find for the Enochian alphabet? Which basically that pretty much will answer all the questions that I'm asking. Why did Crowley look at that like, okay, that's something useful? What did Crowley use the Enochian alphabet for? That pretty much will let you know, because that's more, because John Dee, that we're talking about like the 1500s. So if we go to Crowley, we're talking about a much closer time in history, right? So we don't have to go back 500 years. We can just go back, a little bit over 100 years, which is a little bit more relatable. So why did Crowley take up the Enochian alphabet hundreds of years later? What use did he find for 100 years later? Because he came around again in the 1800s and early 1900s, something that had been channeled in the 1500s. So what power did he find in something that was channeled basically 400 years before he was even born? 93, no deceit in my spirit, sorry. 93. What's going on with you, man? We were just about to wrap it up. No, I keep saying it, but again, I just want to see if y'all can answer those questions. Again, I know I'm asking, questions. But essentially, I'm asking a question so that you can have an understanding of why the language was used. Have you ever drew something that came true? Because that happened to me before. What do you mean by draw something that came true? Like a scene? Like drawing a scene or a person or an event? What type of drawing do you mean? Like a scene of something or a particular person or what type of drawing? Like I had premonitions. Like if you was to ask me, I definitely had premonitions of, like, I've seen people before, like they entered into my life, and yeah, I've definitely, had visions of things occurring before they definitely occurred. But in terms of drawing, again, I just want you to be more, hold up, excuse me. So I didn't realize it was midnight. So I've been on here way longer than I thought. But for me, like drawing isn't, like, what I'm trying to say is, like, if a spirit wants to, like, communicate a message to me, it's the way it works for me. I'm not saying that it works for this way for anyone else. But the way the spirit communicates to me is more so through whispers, or as they call it, clairaudience, and clairsentience, and then maybe clairvoyance. I will say in that order. It's either clairaudience, clairsentience, and or clairvoyance. So if the spirit wants to, like, get my immediate intention, then it will come through clairaudience. Then if it wants to go further, it will be clairsentience, and then it will be clairvoyance. So I would say, rarely, if ever, did I pick up a pen or a pencil. Because the thing about me, I'm not that type of artist. Meaning, like, my art is abstract. Because I'm from an Islamic background. So in Islam, you're not supposed to even draw, like, things with eyes and all that. So coming from an Islamic background, the only thing I would really drew was abstract, because that's just what you're allowed to draw. You're not supposed to draw, like, human beings and beast and anything with eyes, anything that mimics the creation of nature. You're not even supposed to draw that. So I was never that type of artist. Like, even to this day, it's like most of my art is abstract. Is mostly symbols and basically calligraphy. Majority of my art is calligraphy. That's why I was showing earlier. I just have a book of calligraphy. Right? So if you look at my art book, you're gonna see more calligraphy than anything, which I was showing earlier, for example. Right. So most of my art is calligraphy. So that's how the spirit, like, for the spirit communicated this to me. Like, okay, your name is Draco. Again, not the gun, the constellation. So I just began to write Draco over and over and over again. Right, this is how it started. Hold on. Again, I showed this earlier, but I'll show it again. I guess it's this one. So, the spirit told me I was Draco, so this one I just started writing. Draco, 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 Draco. Hundreds of times, over several pages. So I use this many pages. If you can see, I use that many pages. And then this is the final page. So then I made it my own original style, and that's what it ended up becoming. So I did like 6 or 7, so I did it hundreds of times. And then when I got it to a point, then I started putting it on the walls. I started doing the graffiti. Yeah. So most of my art is calligraphy and mostly abstract. What's your thoughts on when I say something every time the TV says it too? It's called the ghost in the machine. That's called the ghost in the machine. The ghost in the machine effect. So yes, the spirit speaks to you through the TV if you're truly listening, like a ghost effect. So I'm definitely fully aware of that. I found it weird at one point. My mom started on the writing and calligraphy, only writing and calligraphy. Yeah, so that's where it's at. Especially being from Detroit, that's what we do. It's just the Islamic influence in Detroit is undeniable. The Islamic influence in Detroit is undeniable. So I feel like that's just the atmosphere. That's just the atmosphere. You know, that's why the graffiti was so heavy there as well. That's why we were so drawn to graffiti or graph, if we want to be technical, right? Graph or bombing, if we want to use more technical. All right. So that's why you definitely have to take heed to your origins and your atmosphere, because that's going to definitely reveal a lot to ask why you incarnated. Not just in the body you incarnated in, but also the location you incarnated in, because you're going to be influenced by that culture. Meaning, I don't think it's a coincidence that I converted into Islam at 15, being born in Detroit, that had a heavy Islamic influence. Versus, like, if I was born in the South, that probably wouldn't happen. A person in the same. So, nah. So that's why I say I wasn't really drawing characters like that. I wasn't really drawing people. I was, because again, that was like off limits. So yeah, I definitely wasn't drawing people because we wasn't supposed to draw people. So even if I was inclined to do that, I wouldn't do it because that was just forbidden. You know. So that's why I say, yeah, the spirit had to communicate with me in a different way, because I definitely wasn't about to be drawing people, because we wasn't supposed to do that. Again, that's just due to the Islamic background. Low key, at one point in my spirit, I felt like the Islamic people had it right, except for their racism. Well, there's different forms of Islam. So that's the whole thing, you know. Meaning you got the Nation of Islam, which is the Islam of Elijah Muhammad and Master Farad Muhammad. But then, you got the Sunni Islam, which is, the desert Islam. So there's different forms. And I completely understand, because I don't resonate with Sunni Islam either. So I can, yeah, because they do have their ways, but then there's different forms. You got Sufi Islam, you got the Shiite Islam, and then you got the Nation of Islam. So there's many different forms of Islam, because Islam is a way of life. It's not a religion. That's the whole thing. It's a way of life. It's not a religion. So the religion of Islam, yeah, that's not where it's at. But the culture of Islam, that's definitely where it's at. Because the culture of Islam is just about numbers or mathematics. The culture of Islam is straight mathematics. You know, and that's what you learn from the Nation of Islam. And also you had the five percenters. It's also a different form of Islam. These chemtrails getting out of hand. It just depends on where you are. Like, for example, here in Las Vegas, I don't ever see no chemtrails. The sun is just so damn powerful. They be trying to shoot that ice, but the sun just burn right through that shit. But I know in different atmospheres, when the sun is not that powerful, then that it just continues to expand. So I can, it depends on the atmosphere. But yeah, if you come out to the desert, you're not really gonna see too many chemtrails. The sun is just too goddamn powerful. It just burns right through everything. Everything they try to throw at it, the sun is just burning that shit down. The chemtrails can't even survive. The sun is just way too powerful. But yeah, that turns into things like acid rain. It definitely pollutes the environment. That's why you got to keep your shields up. You got to keep your protection up. Keep your shields up. Never just allow your health to be in the hands of the atmosphere. Also, it takes time to learn how to write in calligraphy. It's definitely worth it. It's definitely worth the time. If that's something you're passionate about. It's a form of hip hop. What we call graffiti is just calligraphy. So that's a whole form of hip hop in and of itself. The most righteous people is the blacks of Islam because it come with discipline. You know, you can say they're the most disciplined people. So that's one thing Islam has. With any form of Islam, it requires extreme discipline. Cause that's definitely what built up my discipline. My discipline was definitely built up due to the Islamic influence. So that definitely has a lot to do with, like, yeah, even to this day, why I'm able to fast. Why I'm able to dedicate myself to, like, all this definitely has something to do with my Islamic roots. My favorite vacation spot is Nevada. Yeah, Nevada definitely. This radioactive desert is like no other. I completely understand. There's nothing like this radioactive desert. So this is the only place, and it's 24/7. That's why I'm still here. That's why I'm still here. That's why I didn't go back to California. We only like 3 hours from LA. Then a couple of hours from, what is it, Phoenix? Excuse me. But it ain't nothing like this radioactive desert. You can wake up at 3 in the morning and get into some shit. You try that in any other city, what the fuck can you really do at 3 a.m. in LA? You know, and most cities are not 24/7. The moon energy seems heavy with Nevada. Definitely need to navigate back. I made contact with the Nityas there. Well, yeah, that's why they call it Sin City. It's also the silver state, and silver that's the metal connected with the moon. So you're right, the moon definitely. That's why they call it the silver state. That's why California is the golden state, but Nevada is the silver state. And Sin is a moon deity. So, and also the full moon. That's when they used to drop the bombs. It was called Atomic City before it was called Sin City. It was called Atomic City because every 3 weeks they dropped the bomb. So they used to experiment with bombs. So this is definitely the place, to conduct your rituals. this definitely made me who I am. What y'all see here today is definitely a result of being in this radioactive desert. The desert definitely made me a magician. I became a magician in the radioactive desert. It wouldn't have, it definitely would have been different if I was anywhere else. Definitely the moon energy. That's why I call myself our moon, right? So I completely agree with that. Fasting is the greatest tool ever. Yeah, I had to learn that over time. I didn't realize that at first, but as I became more mature, yeah, you're right. That stops a lot of bullshit from building up, in your body, and just the discipline of when you can control, your desire for food and water, then that goes into every other aspect of your life, you know. But that's something that you learn over time. If you would have asked me when I was 15, the benefits of fasting, I probably wouldn't be able to tell you. I'm like, well, that's just something we do during Ramadan. You know, I wouldn't be able to, well, I wouldn't be able to even break down the health reasons or how it builds up your discipline. So that's something you learn over time. But yeah, you're right. It's definitely a tool that you definitely should have in your arsenal, especially when you want to get fit, you want to get your energy up, and you want to get your health up and all that. All right. So I agree with that. I remember seeing a dragon there while under the influence of shrooms. Is there a connection to this realm? I mean, the oldest caves from the natives are here. Nevada has some of the oldest caves in the country, especially like the Gypsum Cave. For those who know the history of the Gypsum Cave, so some of the oldest caves, or some of the first caves that the natives occupied, are here in Nevada. So this is one of the oldest places in the country. So Nevada is, again, but that's for any desert. Whenever you see a desert, it used to be a tropical place. So wherever you see a desert, you're dealing with a very, very old place. So Nevada is one of the oldest places in the country. That's why, yeah, some of the first caves are here that were occupied by the natives. The native history is very deep here. The native history is very deep here. So you'll definitely check out the Gypsum Cave. I was at the Golden Gate Hotel. I knew that was a portal. Yeah, the whole city. The whole city is. If you're spiritually minded, you can definitely get it in anywhere. You can definitely get it in anywhere. Because there's so much open land here. That's something you're not gonna really find in like California, well, L.A. You're not just gonna find just large, empty spaces of land, but you can find they're pretty much all over the place here. So you can definitely do a whole ritual and ain't gotta worry about nobody looking at you, nobody seeing you. Like it's pretty easy to find spots just to get your rituals in here. Versus like other cities where it's just building after building after building after building. There's a lot of empty space here, so you can really get it in. You know. But yeah, this is a very magical place, for those who are spiritually minded. You know. But it can also be a very dangerous place, if you're not. You know. It could be a very dangerous place if you're not. Oh man. I used to could sleep for 10 or 12 hours. Now I can only sleep for 5 hours. Any thoughts on why? Well, there's no real, there's, I wouldn't say there's a need to sleep for 12 hours. But also, location matters. Numerology matters. So you have to take all these things into account. You have to take into account where you was, the house vibration you're in. Excuse me. All these things matter. That's why Islam is mathematics. The mathematics matters, right? So if you have moved into a different home, a different zip code, a different city, all these things matter. All these things will affect not just your sleep, but your entire life. You're not the same person you are in different cities, right? I'm not the same person I am being from Detroit. If I go to Detroit, I'm not going to be the same person I am now. If I go to California, like I know when I go to LA, I'm active. I'm all over the place. I want to be all over the city. I don't want to just be in the house, cooling and chilling. But when I'm here, I like solitude. I really don't like being around people. But when I'm in LA, I love being around people. You can. It's hard to not be around people when you in LA. So you get used to it. So you feel weird if you're not around people. But here, you enjoy the solitude. You enjoy not being around people. You can, like, for example, if I went outside and I was walking around, there's a chance that I don't see nobody outside. That's not the case in LA. It don't matter where you are, you gonna see people. It don't matter what time it is, you're gonna see somebody somewhere. But here, you can walk for hours and not even see nobody other than what at bus stops and shit. But yeah, if you just wanted to walk outside and traverse the desert, you bound not to really see people. Why? Because people don't just be outside for no reason. Versus in LA, people just be outside for no reason. They just like being outside. That's not the case here. People need a reason to be outside. It's definitely a portal to the underworld. I wonder how many bodies are in the desert. More than you can imagine. It's a lot of blood in these deserts. There's a lot of jinn in these deserts. A lot of wars have been fought in these deserts. So it's really about how much you can handle. Is there a city heavily associated with Venus energy? Let's see. Atlanta. Atlanta. Definitely Atlanta. Yeah, 'cause that place has more women than men. They're literally all over the fucking place. Definitely Atlanta. And I do see, like, even the men are feminine. A lot of gay men there. Reno has an active volcano. So if you're trying to do some volcano spells, you can definitely check out Reno. It's a whole active volcano in Reno. You know, Reno is more, like there are Teslas up there. It's more like if you're into your Tesla and hard labor and machinery. If you're more like a blue collar worker, Reno is good. If you like working in mines, you like working at, what is it, factories. You like basically engineering. If you like being into engineering, that's what you're gonna find into, like, those hard labor jobs, but they pay well. But no, Atlanta, that Venus energy is definitely Atlanta. Reno is more like an engineering energy, more like Mars. But I guess that's the whole Las Vegas energy of Mars. Yeah, Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah, Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah, if you're talking about the Venus energy, definitely Atlanta, Georgia. Yep. Yeah, so you really got to get out and travel and see these things for yourself. My girl never read the Bible, don't even believe in God, but now that she pregnant, she can't start reading it. What's your thoughts? I mean, I honestly feel that way about a lot of black women. Well, that's assuming that she's black, so-called black. They tend to get closer to God as they get older. I think it's just her getting older. I've seen that all my life. Been around black women all my life. As they get older, they get closer to God. You know, I feel that. I feel it's natural. You gonna say she's white? I think you funny, but it's just a level of. It's just people going back to their origin. Meaning, even though she doesn't believe in God, I'm sure that's the type of energy she came from, right? Meaning she probably rebelled against that. She probably grew up in like a Christian household where God was heavy in rotation, and then she rebelled against that. But as she gets older, as she has children of her own, she find herself doubling back and going back to her origins. That's what I would say about that. Meaning, a lot of times we catch people in their rebellious stage. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. We catch people in their rebellious stage, and once they start to mature, then they go back to where they came from. Not necessarily go back physically, but they go back to what they know. Meaning, you can't expect people they're not gonna do anything different. Meaning, you're not about to grow up Christian, rebel against it, and then you become a fucking Muslim. That's not really how it happens. What happens is people rebel, then as they get older, they start to like, oh, I see what my parents were into that. Oh, I see what my family was into that. That's just them going back into their own subconscious, right? That's just them going back into their sub, because that's all they know. That's all they know. They're not about to take a whole new route. That's rare. That's rare that people grow into a whole new route. People end up going back to where they started. I just realized that the jinn from American Gods was activating portals in the desert. Exactly, because the jinn are in the desert. Wherever you find the desert, you're going to find the jinn. Wherever you find the desert, you're definitely going to find the jinn. You heard of the Hopi prophecy, absolutely. I learned about the Hopi. I learned about the ant people. I've seen the petroglyphs. So yeah, that's that energy is all over here. You know, I know about the ghost dance. So it's a lot of native history. There's a lot of native history in this desert. It's just not spoken about. Like you're not gonna just go up to people and they tell you this. You learn on your own. So yeah, I had to learn these things on my own. But I definitely are aware of it. Because again, if you're spiritual, you're gonna run into these things. I couldn't go back. The Christian religion I grew up in is too heavy on the MK Ultra. Yeah, because if you don't remove the fear, then you're going to go back. Meaning the only way that you're going to break free from that pool is to release that fear. Most people is not going to release that fear. People rebel, but then they start to question, like, damn, do I really want to go to hell? That's how most people play it. When they're in their younger years, their rebellious years, you know, that's what it is. But when you start to approach death or new life, in terms of having a child, when you get closer to death or a new life comes into your life, then you like, oh, you know, you realize like, oh, I got to be a role model now. Like they're not trying to instill that in their children. They would rather their children have some type of principle, some type of background. So, you know, you gotta conquer that fear of death. What's your thoughts on the Hopi people? You know, those are the people who occupied these lands. You know, they feel like their ancestors came from in the earth or up underneath the earth. So while most people believe in aliens, they feel like their ancestors came from the center of the earth. So that's their main thing. You know, their main thing is, you know, their ancestors came from up under the earth, as we call Shambhala. You ever been down in the tunnels under the strip with the old people? Yeah, they tried to kill my ass. I almost lost my life in them fucking tunnels. Yeah, I was on fucking acid. I almost lost my fucking life. They tried to stab the fuck out of me. My life was almost ended. Motherfucker pulled a knife on me. Yeah, I got a knife pulled on me. Fucking with those tunnels. Yep. Yeah, that wasn't too long ago either. That was... It had to be last year. Hold on. Because I got the images. Hold on. That had to be. It was either last year. Hold on. Hold on. I got the images. Wait. Damn, wait. Oh, man. I don't know if it was before that. Let's see. Yeah, that was last year. That was definitely last year. Definitely last year. Oh, sorry. Let's see. I appreciate that. No deceit. Appreciate the cash out, man. Salute to you. Salute to you, man. I'm just trying to see if I can. When exactly did that happen, though? Yeah, that was last year, though. Yeah, that was last year. But yeah, that was definitely last year. Yeah, almost got killed and shit. Oh man, you gonna say I had to get some sleep? You crazy, man? You crazy, man? Told you it's the last live stream. I'm just trying to get it all out. It's the last one for a minute. Just trying to get it all out. Yes, I had to transcend the fear of death first. It was heavy when I was activating. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I mean. Once you're able to transcend death, then yeah, you don't end up repeating, your origins. But that's the only way. You definitely have to conquer your fear of death. Otherwise, you're gonna revert back to exactly where you came from. Basically, end up doing the same thing your parents end up doing. I remember hearing a portal to Shambhala was in the Gobi Desert. Exactly. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. What's up, Sarah? Have you ever walked the witch path? Of course. Of course. We know all about that sorcery and that necromancy. The witch's Sabbath. Yeah, we all about that. Which is the worship of the horn god. My name literally means the horn god. So you can definitely call me a witch. I could definitely be classified as a witch. Yeah, because I'm with all the nonsense. I'm with all the nonsense. Really damn, yeah. That's what I mean, man. I live a dangerous life, man. I live a dangerous life. Yeah, I almost got my life took. Fucking with those tunnels under the strip. For one, they secretive about them. So I had to really dig for that information in the first place. Then they're not welcoming. It's not like they're just welcoming anybody. So I had to invade. Then they didn't like that I invaded. I was down there playing the Quran and shit. This is what I'm saying. I probably deserved it. I was down there playing the Quran, doing graffiti and shit. Doing graffiti, playing the Quran. They were like, what are you doing? They didn't like it at all. They didn't like it at all. They did not like it at all. To the point where they got real angry. They got real angry. That's why them knives came up. They got real angry. They got real angry. The Book of Thoth heavy. Yeah, I agree, definitely. Yeah, definitely take your time with that. Definitely take your time with the Book of Thoth. But it will change your life, But give it a little time, It's not gonna be overnight. So it's definitely that's why it's called the Book of Thoth, though. That's why it's called the Book of Thoth. If you really know what Thoth is about, aka the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. The Book of Thoth will help you understand the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, which go even deeper, which takes you to the halls of Amenti. I just got back from the graveyard. I just realized your video is a confirmation. It's always a confirmation, if you're really about that life. That's why the videos exist, you know. If you're really living that life, you're really putting in that work, the videos is always going to be a confirmation. Because you're like, oh, I see what he was saying. Oh, you know, everything becomes a lot more clear when you build up your rank in the spirit world. When you build up your rank in the spirit world, like, oh shit. Yeah, you're going to like, oh yeah, everything I'm saying is true. You know, I have no reason to deceive. It just takes people a little time to get to where you are, you know. Just take a little time, so, you know, as you see, I have extreme patience, you know. So I'm not expecting people to understand overnight. But yeah, the more work you put in, the more like, okay, it's gonna make a lot more sense. But you know, take a little time. This might sound crazy, but I cheated death a couple years back. Now I feel like the Walking Dead. You know, you just really alive now. You had blessings from the devil. You know, the devil blessed you. That's all. Just a little karma. You know, you just owe a favor. You know. So no, it's not that you cheated death. Your life was spared. So that just means you owe a favor. That's all. You just gotta keep putting in work. Remember, there is no randomness. There is there is no cheating in life. You ain't cheated. You was granted a second life. You was granted a new life. It's all about what you do with it. So you feel like the Walking Dead, cause like you gotta get that karma off you. You gotta get that karma off you. Cause yeah, you know, somebody was looking out for you. You know, but that's how favors work, though. You know, somebody can make a call and stop you from getting killed. You know, we know how those favors work. Somebody made that call, not physically though. Somebody made that call, Larry. Yeah, like he's good. You know, let him walk it off. Let it. You know, you just gotta pay that debt in a different way. That's all. It needed to activate the Hecate. Definitely Hecate is one of the darker goddesses. She's definitely one of the darker goddesses. That seems like an initiation you were describing. Yeah, because, you know, there's real work being put in. You know, there's real work being put in. But you only know if you know. That's why it seems like I'm speaking direct, but, you know, you only know if you know. You only know if you know. That's the whole thing. It seems like I'm speaking directly, but depending on what you know and what you've been through, my words is gonna hit you differently. Even though it sounds like I'm speaking direct, but it's gonna hit you differently depending on what level you on. But that's the way it's supposed to be, you know. My name is also inspired by Thoth. And who is Thoth? Like how well do you know Thoth? Have you read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth? That's a better question. Have you read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth? They said in order to understand the Book of Thoth, you have to read it several times. The Book of Thoth is the tarot. All you gotta do is get the deck. Just get the deck, and let the deck show you. It's not even about the Book of Thoth. It's the tarot. That's the whole thing. It ain't even about the book. Just describes the tarot. So the true Book of Thoth is the tarot. You know. Kind of wish we would get a lot from you every day. Again, I gotta upgrade my technology. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. Again, my phone is outdated. My phone is outdated. I gotta get the iPhone 14, so it's gonna take a little time. That's $1,000. So when I get the iPhone 14, yeah, you will see me every day. But my current technology, you see, when I be getting on my phone, that should be glitching, right? It's hard for me to even do live streams. It's hard for me to even do live streams. My technology is outdated, so I gotta upgrade my technology. So that's why I'm like, all right, let me take a break. I need to build up my resources so I can get the latest and the greatest. And then you will see me every day. But it's gonna take me a little time to get there, so that's all. But you know, I'll be back like I never left. You know, that time is gonna pass anyway. So you know, y'all got plenty to do though. That's the whole thing. Y'all got plenty to do. You ain't gotta see my face every day. You will see my face if you putting that work in. You know, so you can tap into me as long as you putting that work in. You can tap into me. Right? Because you see, I'm always in the underworld. I guess for the next 30 days at least. I'll be in the underworld for the next 30 days. So if you putting in that work, you can tap into me. You know, I'll come visit you in your dreams or something. In the next 30 days. Sometimes those near-death experiences are initiations. Yeah, if you make it out. You know, everybody doesn't pass the initiation. That's the whole point of why it's an initiation. You have to pass it. Meaning you gotta have the right password. You gotta have the right. For example, you know, if your initiation is to kill a lion, you're not guaranteed to come back alive. Right? You're not guaranteed to come back alive. But if you do, then you know. But you got to come back alive. Right? But that's not guaranteed. There's definitely layers to perception. Yeah, because everybody see what they want to see. Everybody hear what they want to hear. And that's all based on what you know. You know, that's all based on what you know. I found out through my comedic work that Tahuti and Asara were my patron deities, or patron deities. What is the connection between Tahuti and Asara? What is the connection between Tahuti and Asara? What does it mean when I feel like I'm dead? I told you that means you got karma to pay off. You got karma to pay off. You were granted a favor. You were granted a favor and spare this motherfucker's life. Like, you done got yourself into some shit. Let me get you out of that. And then you owe me a favor. You gotta treat the underworld like you treat the mob. Right? You have to do a favor to cleanse that karma. You gotta do a favor to cleanse that karma. You know. No, I don't think nobody else is gonna tell you that, but that's just what it is. You gotta do a favor to cleanse that karma. Because your life was spared for a reason. You know, so you gotta know, yeah, you in debt right now. That's all. You in debt right now. You're trying to get back in the black. So in order for you to get back in the black, you gotta do that favor. And most of the time, that favor is just you becoming, you initiating yourself on the path. That's all. You just gotta do those favors. That's how a lot of people end up in the underworld. It's not by choice. Like, they just woke up one day and just wanted to fuck with some dark shit. They were already doing some dark shit. I don't know what I gotta do. You just gotta listen to your dreams. Just ask. Just ask what you gotta do and listen to your dreams. You know. That's the whole thing. You're not gonna know what to do because you're not the one that made the call. Right? You're not the one that made the call, so you gotta pay attention to your dreams. You know, it's all it was all it most likely it's already been revealed to you. You just didn't. It's not obvious at all. But once it is revealed to you, you're gonna realize like, oh shit, that's why I've been having these reoccurring things. You have to pay attention to your reoccurring dreams. What keeps happening more often than not. All right. That's why you have to record your dreams. You gotta write down your dreams. You gotta go deeper into the dream plane. You have to listen to those reoccurring messages. Those reoccurring messages have to be listened to. This is kind of why I do what I do. If y'all want the truth, y'all want to know why I can just come on here and I can give for hours and hours and hours, and I'm not expecting anything in return. This is me paying off karmic debt. That's what it is. You know. That's why I do what I do. That's why it ain't about the likes, the comments, the subscribes. It ain't about the money. It ain't about none of that. Right? This is me clearing out debt. Right? Meaning like, all right, well, you done been through the underworld. Now you have to explain these things. That's why I had to come before y'all again in the worst situations possible and still show my face and still have something to give. All that was a part of initiation. All that was a part of like, all right, well, if you're really about this shit, are you willing to do that? Are you willing to show yourself in your most vulnerable state? That's a part of initiation, right? Some people call that a humiliation ritual. Are you willing to show yourself in, you know, your darkest moments and still have something to give? All right? I believe from experience that you are correct. I remember feeling like I was dying. I remember extreme anxiety at every iteration. I leaned heavily on the Dietary to help pivot it out. That's what I'm saying, you know. What I say is realer than real, but you know, it only resonates with certain people. Because again, ain't everybody doing this work, you know. You know. Again, I'm only doing it because I had to clear out debt. I didn't wake up one day. I'm like, okay, I'm about to be a part of the underworld. I'm gonna have to show myself in my most vulnerable state, figure it out, make my way out. That wasn't something I just wanted to do. That was the requirement. You know, that's just me paying off karmic debt. You know. I kind of sold out. I had to get back to being real and keeping it G. But make my girl and family happy, I had to go outside of myself. Definitely feel like I went through a humiliation ritual. That's what it means, you know. Again, even with me now, you know, I'm talking about going to the job and going back to the workforce and all that. All that has to do with clearing out my karma. I mean, I've been doing this shit for 10 years. That's a lot of fucking karma. So it ain't no coincidence where as soon as I enter back into the workforce, now they're like, okay, you about to 48 to 60 hours. I'm like, oh, I'm doing the most extreme work possible. And it ain't easy work either. It ain't where I just get to sit on my ass. That's you being on your feet. That's you lifting up heavy ass shit. That's what I'm gonna be doing. I'm gonna be fucking buff and shit when I get done. I'm fucking buff lifting up boxes 12 hours. But you know, I ain't worried about it because I'm like, all right, this will allow me to cleanse my debt so that I can upgrade my technology, so that I can do more and show forth more. I mean, but I have to cleanse the karma first. Because if I just keep doing what I'm doing, I'm not doing enough to cleanse the karma. So that's why I'm like, I have to do more. That's the whole thing. I'm like, all right, yeah, I'm doing like it's cool, but I have to do more. All right. You ready for that workforce? It's a different type of animal. Yeah, I'm prepared for it. And it ain't nothing. It ain't nothing to me. I ain't even worried about it. I was worried about passing the damn drug test. That was my only concern. I'm like, hopefully the fucking THC is out my system. Cause I was just smoking my ass off for 10 fucking years. I've been smoking for 10 years. Right? I've been smoking for 10 years. Then I just decided to stop smoking within the last 30 fucking days. And then I passed the fucking drug test. I'm like, oh, that was the hard work. So it ain't even, it's not the work for me. It's like, yo, the hard work was fasting for Ramadan. The hard work was changing my diet. The hard work was putting the fucking blunt down. So that was the hard work. You could say fake piss. No, it was a saliva test. It wasn't even a piss test. It was a saliva test. You got to put the shit right in your mouth and swivel that shit for 10 minutes. And then they watching you, so no, you ain't about to fake that shit. You gonna say happy for you, no. No, it took work. It took work. It took dedication. It took sheer will. You know, so it wasn't by accident. Again, I had to completely change myself. That's the whole thing. So that's what I mean. I'm like, yeah, it's more work to be done. There's more karmic debt that needs to be paid off. So just because my work in the underworld is done, that don't mean my karmic debt is paid. Because I still got to make my way back to the heavenly worlds. Now, like, all right, you done master the underworld. Now, can you master the heavens? That's how I look at the workforce. I'm like, can you master the heavens? Can you actually interact with people now? Because I done been so secluded and away from people in civilization. I done been out the workforce for 10 years. I ain't had to be around people that I didn't want to be around or nothing for 10 fucking years. Now it's like, all right, can you be amongst people and be civilized and be normal? Can you actually sustain yourself in the heavens? Or are you just too deep in the underworld where you know, that's just out of your range? I'm like, nah, that ain't about nothing. So, it's interesting you asked about the connection between Asar and Tahuti. They both preside over the underworld. Well, Tahuti doesn't really preside over anything. Tahuti is just always there. Like, Tahuti is like a spirit. Tahuti is always there. Meaning you're gonna find Tahuti, you know, with Aset. When Aset had to find the body of Asar, you find Tahuti there. You find Tahuti helping Haru battling Set. Right? So like Tahuti is like not even a physical being. Tahuti is just popping up. Tahuti was also there with the creation of Egypt or Kemet. So Tahuti was there. Tahuti is basically, you can say, the founder of Kemet. Tahuti was there in the beginning. Tahuti was there in the end. Tahuti was there the whole fucking time. So remember, like, in the beginning, Asar was not the ruler of the underworld. That's just the mainstream story. Like, if you go back to the original stories of Kemet, Asar is not the lord of the underworld. He became the lord of the underworld over time. Because, you know, originally it was Anpu. Before Asar became the lord of the underworld, it was Anpu. Right? So that was over time. But if we're just talking about Tahuti was there the whole fucking time, though. Tahuti just bouncing around from the underworld to the heavens. You may want to try Cambo frog medicine. For what reason? Saliva is often the method of choice for roadside drug testing of drivers. Saliva tests can pick up cannabis for anywhere for 24 to 72 hours after your last use. Well, according to what I said, well, not according to what I said, well, according to what I read, you know, they can detect it up to 30 days. You know, Either way, I fucking passed it. So, but I was prepared, you know. So it ain't in my system. It ain't in my system. So that was the hard part for me. Cause I'm like, I'm not. I don't want to take no risk. So whether it's one day, whether it's 3 days, whether it's a month, I'm like, this shit need to be out my system. Yeah, I use a fake piss all the time with the heating pad kit. You can get them at smoke side. Well, again, it wasn't a piss test, so I didn't even have that option. The worst test is the hair ones, where they pick your armpit or chin hairs that goes back months. Yeah, see, they didn't get that surgical with it. They wasn't that surgical with it. But I'm aware, yeah, that because it stays in your hair at least like a couple months. So I think about 90 days. You got about 90 days, for it to stay in your hair. So I probably got another 45 days before it's out my hair. But it's out. It's not in my saliva. It's not in my piss. But it's probably still in my hair. But that's just for another month and a half. I should be good after that. She's gonna say good, you passed. Man, it wasn't easy. That's what I'm saying. Like I did way more than the average person to pass. Again, I had to go 24-hour periods without eating. You know what I mean? Like that was the toughest. The toughest was just going through the detoxing period. Hair test jobs should be paid $27 an hour or more. Yeah, so I got another 45 days for that to be able to pass those tests. So yeah, I ain't even fucking with that. I need another 45 days before I even consider doing nothing like that, or before I do anything like that. How to clear my karma and get over this death feeling? You have to delete yourself. Meaning, like you're still trying to go through life as the same person you was. You're not. Again, you died when you thought you died. You was not spared. You died when you thought you died. How do I know? Because I died before. I died. That's why when I came back, I'm like, I'm no longer who I am. I'm not that person anymore. The old me it remains in the underworld. Like you are no longer who you think you are. Like you're still holding on to the previous version of yourself. You're still holding on to who you think you are. You gotta let that go. You gotta let that go. You need to give yourself a magical name. You have to give yourself a magical name or a secret name. And then work magic through your magical name, through your secret name. Again, that's why I had to change my name from Prince Raziel to Amun Asha Renu. I wasn't always Amun Asha Renu. I had to transition into that. If you look at my first videos, I'm not introducing myself as Amun Asha Renu. I'm introducing myself as Prince Raziel. But I changed